Good morning. The time is now 9 o'clock and we are about to start with the Accreditation Forum. My name is Zodwa Mudimakwane. I am the Executive Manager responsible for Quality Assurance and Monitoring at Umalusi and the Program Director for the day. This is the fourth Accreditation Forum and fifth round of certificate award ceremonies that Umalusi is conducting. As you are aware, we made history last year by conducting our first ever online accreditation forum and accreditation certificate award ceremony. In 2021, we conduct two sessions. The first session was held on the 4th of March 2021, and the second session was held on the 25th of March 2021. This year, we continue to make history by hosting this forum as a webinar so that we can accommodate more participants, since we had to turn away many interested stakeholders in 2021. That means for 2022, there is no longer a need to host two separate forums. This is the forum. This is the only forum that we will be hosting in 2022. Before we start the official program that is displayed, allow me to share some technical information. I've already observed on the chat, people are asking about the sound effects, but I just want to share with you that about the webinar features and the forum proceedings. The program for the forum is displayed and it's also available on the website. Due to the forum being hosted as a webinar, you will not have the function to raise your hand. You will also not be able to use the emoticons. This was indicated in the earlier slide. That's characters that are normally used to represent a facial expression or to convey a sort of emotion. For example, you won't be able to clap, you won't be able to like, you also won't be able to do thumbs up, etc. You will not be able to unmute yourself or show your video as well. All questions and comments must be made on the chat feature, and responses to your questions will be made on the chat by designated officials from Umalusi and SACE. Umalusi officials will table questions raised in the chat to presenters on your behalf as necessary. As you can see on the program, the first item is the opening and welcome from our CEO, Dr. Ragomedzi. So I would like to now take this opportunity to introduce the CEO of Umalusi, who will officially welcome us to this gathering. Dr. Mafu Ragomedzi is an accomplished administrator whose career spans over 39 years of uninterrupted service in the public sector, with a specific focus on basic education as his field of specialization. Throughout his illustrious career, Dr. Ragomedzi has demonstrated his competencies as an astute executive manager, leader, and administrator, having served on different levels of the public sector in South Africa. Dr. Ragomedzi was born and raised in Welkom, Free State. He started his career in 1983 at a secondary school in Odendaalsrus, and then later moved to two secondary schools in Kwakwa. He served as a lecturer, senior lecturer, and head of department at Siya College of Education, while simultaneously serving as a history lecturer at the Kwakwa branch of the then University of the North. Thereafter, Dr. Ragomedzi accepted a position as the head of subject advisory services at the Welkom Education District, and subsequently he rose through the ranks to become the head of examinations of the Northwest Department of Education. He later became the Director and Chief Director for Educational Development and Professional Services at the Free State Department of Education, where he was later promoted to the position of Superintendent General, that is the head of Department of the Free State Education Department. In 2009, Dr. Rakometso was appointed as the Chief Executive Officer of Umalusi, and this is the position that he currently holds. And he is also a recipient of the University of the Free State Alumni Cum Laude Award, which he received in 2018. Without further ado, let me invite Dr. Rakometso to officially welcome us to this gathering. Over to you, Doc.
Thank you very much, Zodwa, Program Director. Colleagues, allow me to start by acknowledging the presence of the following dignitaries and delegates. Professor John Volmink, Chairperson of Umalusi Council. Professor Maboka Munapula Mapesela, Deputy Chair of Umalusi Council. Umalusi Executive Managers, Mezoda Mutimakwani, who is our Program Director. She is the Executive Manager for Quality Assurance and Monitoring. Mr. Emmanuel Sibanda, Executive Manager for Qualifications and Research. Umalusi Senior Managers, Dr. Antoinette Gliwayo. She is in charge of Quality Assurance of Assessment, Post-School Qualifications. Dr. Lakidita Unyani is Senior Manager for Public Relations and Communications. Dr. Ivasuji, Senior Manager, Qualifications, Curriculum, and Certification. Ms. Cindy Thomas, Senior Manager for Evaluation and Accreditation. Acknowledge the following managers, Evaluation and Accreditation Managers, Mevani Chetty, Mary Madia, Dr. Guguletu Nkambole, other Umalusi managers and staff, members of the Accreditation Committee of Council, colleagues from the South African Council for Educators, SACE, Mr. Bernard Boucher, Head Legal and Professional Development, Menkele Yvonne Lechaba, Head Registration and Teacher Professionalism, Mr. George Murasiu, Manager Legal and Ethics, Meteboho Mukholubutu, Manager Registration. Colleagues from the Independent Examinations Board, Dr. Helen Sidiropolis, Executive Manager Design and Development. Colleagues from the South African Comprehensive Assessment Institute, Sakai, Mr. Keith Maseko, who is the CEO there. KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Department of Education, Dr. Raymond Peniston. Free State Provincial Department of Education, Mezandi Letwati. Gauteng Provincial Education Department, we've got Dudu Zilembele and Tsatsawani Mashele. Northern Cape Provincial Education Department, Mepuseleso Kantani. NAISA, National Alliance of Independent Schools, Mr. Ibrahim Ansur and Mr. Mandlam Tembu. Principals, managers of private education institutions represented here, as well as members of the school governing bodies. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, good morning. The theme of this accreditation forum and certification award ceremony is 2 decades of assuring quality education in South Africa, in line with Umalusi's celebration of 20 years of its existence this year. The meeting today will address a number of pertinent topics, including understanding Umalusi's role in education, capacitating and developing teaching staff post-COVID-19 conditions, 20 years of quality assuring education in South Africa by Umalusi, accreditation and qualifications registered on the General and Further Education and Training Qualifications Sub-Framework, dealing with breaches on the SACE Professional Code of Ethics, the issuing of the accreditation certificates to institutions accredited during the period from February 2021 to December 2021. The last session, colleagues, will be made up of breakaway sessions for independent schools and private colleges, where issues pertaining to the current processes, changes, and challenges in the schooling, post-schooling sectors are discussed. Umalusi congratulates all the accredited institutions being awarded the accreditation certificates today. I will now introduce Professor John Volmink, the chairperson of Umalusi Council, to address this gathering. Professor John Volmink was born and raised in Athlone, Cape Town. He studied at the University of the Western Cape, where he completed the BSc degree in mathematics, applied mathematics, and physics, and then completed the BSc honors degree in physics. He started his career as a high school teacher and later became the head of mathematics at the then Cape Peninsula Technikon. He later went to Cornell University, Ithaca, New York, where he completed the MSc and PhD in mathematics education. He returned to Southern Africa in 1990 after almost a decade in the United States of America and a brief stay at the University of Botswana in Gaborone. He immediately got involved in development initiatives in South Africa, initially as the director of the Center for Advancement of Science and Mathematics Education, CASME, at the then University of Natal in Durban. John continues to provide leadership on the boards of several South African non-governmental development organizations and foundations involved in education, health, and community upliftment. His career, academic career, includes teaching positions at higher education institutions such as the University of the Western Cape, the University of Cape Town, Nottingham University, and at Cornell University, United States of America. He also served as campus vice principal at the then University of Natal, Durban, and later became pro-vice chancellor partnerships at the University of KwaZulu-Natal until 2004. In 2016, he served as the interim vice chancellor at the Durban University of Technology. He returned to Cape Town after 25 years and served as the principal and chief executive officer of Cornerstone Christian Education for 5 years. That is in 2005 to 2009. He served as acting vice chancellor at Cape Peninsula University of Technology in 2016 to 2017. Prof. Volmink has been centrally involved in curriculum reform in post-apartheid South Africa and has been asked by all 4 ministers of education in the democratic era to play a leading role in the transformation of education in the new South Africa. He also served on several ministerial task teams involving education. He has served a total of just under 12 years as the chairperson of the council between 2006 and 2022, with a break in 2011, when he was appointed as the CEO of the National Education Evaluation and Development Unit, NEDU. In recognition of his contribution to education and development in South Africa, Stellenbosch University conferred an honorary doctorate in education on him in December 2021. Also, in December 2021, Professor Volming received the Cornerstone Laureate Award for Scientific Inquiry and the Advancement of Knowledge in Service of Others. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Professor John Volming to address you. I thank you, and I now hand over to Prof. Volming to address you. Over to you, Prof.
Well, thank you so much for your kind introduction, Dr. Akumetse, and good morning to you and to all the colleagues. Good morning also to the Deputy Chairperson of Umalusi Council, Professor Mabukang Munapula Mabisela, as well as all the principals and teachers of invited institutions, to Umalusi management and staff, to the honored guests, those from SACE and others. Welcome. I'm going to ask, I had been struggling with my connectivity, Dr. Akumetse, and with your permission, I'm just going to take my video link. I'll come back in the end, but I'm afraid at the last time I spoke for a long time and nobody could hear me. So with your permission, Dr. Akumetse, I'm going to just stop my video link. Is that okay?
That's okay, Prof.
Good. Now, colleagues, in the past 20 years, Umalusi has grown into one of the most important organizations in South Africa's education and training landscape. And it is for that reason that this morning we are focusing on Umalusi's role in education in South Africa and better understanding of that role. So that's where the focus is going to be, to explain what Umalusi actually does. During the past 20 years, we have successfully built a reputation for efficiency, a reputation for good governance, and it's become a respected voice on issues of quality in the education sector. Umalusi's growth has been slow but steady, punctuated by critical moments that determined the trajectory the organization would take. I also like to call those critical moments reflection points or inflection points. Umalusi is the Quality Council for general and further education and training, and is responsible for levels 1 to 4 on the NQF, the National Qualifications Framework. The Umalusi was established through the promulgation of the General and Further Education and Training Quality Assurance Act, also we call it GenFEDQA Act, number 58 of 2001. And it was amended in 2008. The path to the establishment of Umalusi was paved by two of its predecessors, which is very interesting, and many people don't always realize that. One is the Joint Matriculation Board, the JMB. Umalusi is the modern day version of it, and the established JMB was established in 1918, and then there's a South African Certification Council, or SACE, which was established in 1986. Now, Umalusi started its work in 2002, which makes it 20 years old, and Dr. Akumetse will speak more about that, when it took over from SACE. So SACE is no more, Umalusi is now taken over that work. So the name Umalusi, for those that do not realize it, is an Nguni word, that means shepherd, or it means herder. And in the African idiom, it means the guardian of the assets of the family or the community. And the organization was established as an Education and Training Quality Assurance, an ETQA, under the GENFEDQA Act, cited earlier. And according to the GENFEDQA Act, there are a number of things that Umalusi is expected to do. Now, I just want to say if you take them all together, and I will mention the 5 things, then what Umalusi is trying to do is to preserve quality. That's its job. It's a custodian or guardian of the family assets. And that means in this country, in the education context, it is quality. So we need to do the following: monitor the suitability and adequacy of standards and qualifications. Number 2, assure the quality of learner assessment at exit points. Number 3, accredit private providers and accredit private assessment bodies. Number 4, certify learner attainments for qualification that fall under its remit. And 5thly, promote quality improvement among providers. So, in 2008, the National Qualifications Framework, NQF Act, established Umalusi now as a Quality Council. So that happened in 2008. And together with it, there were 2 other quality councils, and they were the Council on Higher Education, or the CHE, and Quality Council for Trades and Occupations, we call that QCTO. And then also established at that time was the South African Qualifications Authority, or SACE. Now, in relation to the work at Umalusi, the NQF Act makes provision for the following. We need to, according to the Act, develop and manage the sub-framework and make recommendations thereon to the relevant minister. And secondly, advise the relevant minister on matters relating to its sub-framework, because relevant minister means we have to advise both the Minister of Basic Education as well as the Minister of Higher Education and Training. With regard to qualifications, so I'm going to speak about the qualifications, just briefly, the quality assurance, and with respect to that, and with respect to information and other matters. So firstly, with respect to qualifications for its sub-framework, we are expected to develop and implement policy and criteria, taking into account the policy and criteria contemplated in section 13(1)(h)(1) for the development, registration and publication of qualifications. Secondly, to develop and implement policy and criteria taking into account the policy and criteria contemplated in section 13(1)(h)(3) for assessment, recognition of prior learning and credit accumulation and transfer. And then thirdly, ensure the development of such qualifications or part qualifications as are necessary for the sector, which may include inappropriate measures for the assessment of learning achievement. And lastly, recommend qualifications or part qualifications to the SACE for registration. And with regard to quality assurance, which is the second one, so we've dealt with qualifications. Second one is quality assurance within its sub-framework. We need to develop and implement policy for quality assurance, not only the policy, but we have to ensure the integrity and credibility of quality assurance. And thirdly, ensure that such quality assurance as is necessary for the sub-framework is undertaken. Then for information matters, Umalusi is required to maintain a database of learner achievements and related matters for the purposes of this Act, and secondly, submit such data in a formal format determined in consultation with the SACE for recording on the National Learners Record Database. We call that the NLRD, and that's contemplated in section 13(1) of the Act. So then lastly, with regard to other matters, we need to conduct or commission and publish research, which we do on issues of importance to the development and implementation of the sub-framework, and secondly, inform the public about the sub-framework. So it is worth noting and pointing out that in the event of a conflict in interpretation between the Gen-FETQA Act and the NQF Act, the NQF Act must be given preference. One of the significant provisions of the NQF Act was to extend the mandate of Umalusi from that of a quality assurer to a quality council. So Umalusi is not a quality assurer only, but is now a quality council entrusted with setting quality standards for the education sector. The CEO of Umalusi, Dr. Rakometsi, in his presentation will give you a synopsis of some of the key moments in the history of the organization in line with the organization's 20th anniversary. I mentioned that earlier this year. And he will explain how Umalusi set out to implement its mandate as stipulated in the Gen-FETQA and NQF Act. The NQF Act pivots the work of quality councils on 10 levels, from level 1 to level 10, as a nexus point. Each quality council is allocated a sub-framework on the NQF. So Umalusi quality assures levels 1 to 4 of the NQF. That is its sub-framework. Then the QCTO quality assures levels 1 to 8. Now that's not an overlap because they focus on trades and occupations. And then finally, the CHE quality assures levels 5 to 10 of the NQF. So Umalusi 1 to 4 and CHE 5 to 10, but they focus on higher education in South Africa. SACE, on the other hand, coordinates the work of quality councils, of all the quality councils. So having looked at Umalusi's mandate as informed by the Gen-FETQA and NQF Acts, it is clear that Umalusi has been entrusted with a massive responsibility of assuring the quality of education in South Africa. And this finds expression through the work of various operational units, or almost we can call it departments within Umalusi. Firstly, there is the Qualifications, Curriculum and Certification Unit, QCC. Then there is Evaluation and Accreditation Unit, ENA. And then there's the Quality Assurance of Assessment, QAA, for school qualifications, and QAA for post-school qualifications. And then lastly, the Statistical Information and Research Units. In line with its legislative mandate, Umalusi units cover the full scope of its quality assurance mandate and ensures that the relevant policies are developed and implemented as stipulated in the legislation. Notably, for the purpose of this gathering, the work of processing applications for accreditation of independent institutions is carried out by the Evaluation and Accreditation Unit. Umalusi's success is supported and underpinned by good governance, and I cannot emphasize that loudly and strongly enough. There are few organizations in the private or public sector in this country that can claim that they have received unqualified audits for the entirety of their existence. Entirety. Even better, ladies and gentlemen, for the past 2 years, Umalusi has managed to obtain 2 unqualified audit outcomes with no material findings. In other words, we call that a clean audit, 2 successive years. And I have to say that I'm extremely honored to say that I had the pleasure of being the chairperson of this council under which these achievements were made. And I want to pay tribute to the CEO and his wonderful team for this achievement. It's my firm conviction that the great responsibility bestowed on Umalusi as a Quality Council for General and Further Education and Training must be rooted in sound governance and unassailable integrity. The executive management of Umalusi has worked diligently over the years to ensure that the integrity of the organization remains unblemished, and we are grateful for that. So, why is it so? I'm coming back to what we said at the beginning as I come to an end. So why is it important to have an organization like Umalusi? The simple answer to that question is that without the independent voice of Umalusi, the general and further education and training sector in South Africa would be marred with uncertainty and would be rudderless. Uncertainty regarding the standards of our qualifications and the underpinning curricula. Therefore, at the heart of our quality assurance work lies the firm adherence to the principles and standards. And as a Quality Council, the position we take on education matters is firmly grounded in research aimed at continual improvement. And we ensure that our work shows a balanced infusion of internal and international best practice with our local reality. Finally, as I close, sound educational practice forms the backbone of the work done by Umalusi. It is this educationally focused and unwavering approach that Umalusi will take into the future. Our goal is encapsulated in our vision, which is to position ourselves, quote, as a trusted authority in fostering high education standards in general and further education and training. And therefore, we aim to always do better and achieve more. And concerning today's gathering, I wish to say 2 things. One is that some of you may know that this is my last term as chairperson of the council, as a council member. The council itself will be replaced by the 6th council in the middle of the year. And so it's unlikely that I will see you in this capacity again. So there's a tinge of sadness as I bid farewell to all of you at the wonderful institutions where you are, and also to Umalusi. But concerning today's gathering, I wish to congratulate all of you, all the institutions that have qualified to receive the accreditation certificates. And that's no mean achievement. Your willingness to meet Umalusi's rigorous accreditation, and I mean rigorous accreditation requirements, is an indication of a system that is constantly growing in the attainment of high educational standards. So thank you for listening to me, and I hope the past few minutes had brought a deeper understanding of the role of Umalusi in education in this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the clear explanation in terms of the role of Umalusi. And we also want to thank you for ensuring that our stakeholders now, I think by now, they have a good understanding of the role and mandate of Umalusi in the South African education system. Colleagues, Prof has given us a good overview of the growth of Umalusi. He acknowledged the predecessors of Umalusi and also shared with us the legislative framework of Umalusi as well as the mandate of Umalusi. He asked a very important question. Why is it important to have an organization like Umalusi? And provided valid and simple responses that made us understand the role of Umalusi in South Africa. In brief, Prof indicated that Umalusi is there to preserve quality and assure standards. So if you've missed the speech of the CEO in terms of the mandate or the role of Umalusi, it's simple. Umalusi is there to preserve quality and assure standards. In his speech, he was specific in terms of the type of standards we are here to assure. But again, in conclusion, he indicated that sound educational practice forms the backbone of the work done by Umalusi. I would also like to thank the CEO of Umalusi for the welcoming remarks, for the acknowledgements, for highlighting the theme of this accreditation forum, and for providing us with an overview of the program of the day. Unfortunately, we are unable to actively applaud the CEO and Prof due to the nature of the connectivity as explained earlier. However, I would still request that we please give Prof and the CEO a big round of applause, wherever you are. Thank you, Prof, and thank you, CEO. Then we are now moving to the keynote address and the presentations. In terms of the presentations, we have 4 presentations as indicated on the program. I just want everyone to note that the presentations that will be made at today's forum will be available to you on the Umalusi's website after the forum today. By close of business today, you will have all the presentations that are made at this forum on the Umalusi website. As you all know, the Accreditation Forum is a platform to use as an information sharing session about the accreditation processes of Umalusi and to share information to improve on the quality assurance of provision. This year, it has the added dimension of Umalusi celebrating 20 years of assuring quality of education in South Africa. Hence also the theme of the conference. Going to the next item on our agenda is our keynote address that is presented by our first speaker, the Deputy Chairperson of Umalusi Council, Prof. Munapula Mapesela. I will take a few minutes to introduce Prof. Munapula Mapesela. Prof. Munapula Mapesela, in addition to being the Deputy Chair of Umalusi Council, is the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Academic and Student Affairs at Rhodes University. Thank you, Prof, for showing your picture. She holds a PhD in higher education, M.Ed, comparative education, education management, B.Ed, Educational Management and Leadership, and postgraduate diploma in higher education. Before joining Rhodes University in July 2019, Prof. Munapula Mapesela worked as a senior director at the Center for Innovation in Learning and Teaching and as a dean for academic development and support at the Central University of Technology in Free State. She began her academic career in 2000 at the University of the Free State Center for Higher Education Studies and Development, where she rose through the ranks from a research management intern to an associate professor. Before embarking on an academic career, she served as a secondary and high school teacher for physical sciences, biology, and chemistry for 13 years. She was also a deputy principal. She is an accomplished researcher who has taken part in and or led national research projects on various topics related to teaching and learning, academic programs for higher education and training sectors, performance management, and scholarship of teaching and learning, to name only a few. Prof. Munapula Mapesela has published extensively in local and international journals and has contributed chapters in a number of books on higher education. Prof will present on the topic capacitating and developing teaching staff post-COVID conditions. The purpose of her presentation is to provoke thinking on how heads of institutions can capacitate their teaching staff to cope with the conditions that we are faced with as a consequence of the COVID-19 pandemic that affected the world. Over to you, Prof. Thank you.
Thank you, Zodo. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, Prof, we can hear you. We can also see the presentation.
You can also see the presentation. All right. Thank you once again, Madam Program Director, and a very good morning to our esteemed guests, to the Chair of Umalusi Council, Professor Folmink, as well as the CEO of Umalusi, Dr. Rakumetsi. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor and pleasure to engage with you on this important topic this morning. My intention,
Can I
yes.
just request that you click on the arrow that is on the right hand of the presentation so that we can have a bigger view of the presentation.
Is it not bigger now?
No, on the left hand, oh no. No.
Otherwise, if there's a problem, somebody else, let me just see. Okay, there's a
full screen, and then do you see where it's indicated create PDF? Then there's an arrow on the left hand side of all those icons.
Yeah. All right. Then I'll ask somebody to, without wasting our time, to share.
Prof, can I? You see where it says create PDF?
Create PDF.
Yeah, it's
yes.
done.
Yes.
It's done.
Is it okay now?
No, Klaus, I think you tried to share. Can you continue?
Yeah, somebody must share then. And so
Yes,
that
Klaus,
can save time. But in the meantime, let me just continue with my introduction. My intention today is not to give you a one-size-fits-all solution that will address diverse needs of teachers. Need to have my presentation. Are you going to make sure that I can see that presentation as well?
We can see it on our side. Can you check on your side, bro?
All right, I needed to see it so that I can also continue when I have to. The first slide, firstly, please. But before I get there, I was saying to you, my intention is not to give you a one-size-fits-all solution that will address diverse needs of teachers at our schools and colleges, because there is no such. Many independent schools and private colleges did very well amidst the pandemic, and they are applauded for that and celebrated also for their accreditation today. However, there are those that could not make the transition to online teaching and learning. COVID-19 was just a painful reminder of the social inequities and the divide between those who have and those who haven't got much. Regardless, I'll take you through a framework that can assist individual principals to better understand their unique contexts, structural, cultural, or agential contexts. So please pay attention to how I engage, deconstruct, and also explain or use this important framework as a lens to explain and highlight some of the things that enabled and some of the things that constrained or could enable or could constrain as we go forward, post-pandemic. I will end by giving some suggestions or recommendations on what can be practically done. But I think as we move along, we shall be working together to try and see why things happened the way they did. If you look at that presentation outline, it's quite a long presentation, it seems. I hope one can cover it in the 30 minutes. Firstly, I'll talk about, I'll just give a brief introduction further in terms of the education system in this country. I know some of the issues may be more for public schools and not necessarily for yourselves, but I think you will be able to identify with some of the issues. Then capacity and staff development imperatives, and then the theoretical framework that I thought would be good to know of structure, culture, and agency, and look at some key questions that one can ask and how you can deconstruct these three pillars. Introspection and reflection on structure, culture during and also post-COVID-19. Although I have a problem also thinking about or talking about post-COVID-19 now when we are still in the pandemic. Perhaps we have to just think of the future, the uncertain future, which could be marred with other pandemics even. Then I'll give those suggestions or recommendations in 9 different areas. I'll then close and give some acknowledgements. Can we move then to the next slide, please? When COVID started in China, I don't think many of us thought it would really come to cause such a big global disruption. And we were really very unprepared. Most of us were unprepared for the kind and magnitude of the disruption that would follow. Whether it was in big countries, small countries, big schools, small schools, all leaders, great and not so great, we were all affected. And I'm sure we were caught unprepared. Some of the schools managed to transition to online platforms and other means, but others could not. The challenge that is presented to us today is a very challenging context, a new one, new normal, but we also have opportunities presented to us to imagine our new future. I think we need to be forever prepared to be able to deal with the challenges of COVID. Next slide, please. The education system as we know it today is still marred with many dysfunctionalities, some of which come prior to COVID-19. But the emergence of COVID-19 brought with it many more problems which compounded our problems. And like I said, some institutions or organizations or schools and colleges could not find ways, new ways of doing things and transition to continue with their business amidst the pandemic. But if this status quo persists post-pandemic, we shall remain unprepared for future crises or future opportunities that might assist us. And I believe even today, closing the gaps that were created in the last 2 years is still a tall order for some of the colleges and schools. I regard our teachers as corporate agents, as also Archer alleges. They are the experts, they are the knowledgeable others. They have a big responsibility to turn the tide we find ourselves in around, and to ensure continuity of teaching and learning, and also guard our quality of provision. But we need to be sensitive to their needs as well. The never-ending quest that we have to provide quality education, even in the midst of that deadly pandemic, cost teachers much stress. And as we transition into a new uncertain future, we should focus also on their welfare, on their morale, on their professional, personal needs, as well as the conditions within which they have to perform their roles. The crisis that we have in education has been with us for some time, and I think it will stay with us for the longest time, because transformation has been forever becoming, and inequalities seem to persist in the system. Our education system seems to be on this lifelong search for equity, for social justice, and equality of outcomes. And as we slowly transition back to the pre-pandemic school environment, or the new normal post-pandemic, and as we said and review our structures for capacity development, we should be mindful that we cannot have quick fix solutions. So what is the big question that we have to ask ourselves? How do we capacitate our teachers in this new normal? In this slide, I have some important things that we should consider when we do our capacity or staff development, and also things that we should be mindful of as being critical for staff development. Why staff development or capacity development? To improve staff performance, and also enable our teachers to master their areas of work, their teaching and learning and facilitation, as well as curriculum review and assessing of learner learning. And to increase employee engagement, as well as to boost their job satisfaction. And also to improve their skill sets and also their knowledge. We could do this through various ways, through formal staff development programs, through induction, through short courses. There is a need for individual schools, however, to analyze their own contexts if they are to provide appropriate capacity development. But main focus could be on enhancing the agency of the teachers, but that we have to do also by giving consideration to the structures that we have, as well as the culture, as well as their own properties that they have. So having said that, I would like to take you through this particular framework that I use as a lens, Margaret Archer's social framework of structure, culture, and agency, which can be used at various levels, macro level, meso level, as well as the micro level. Even a teacher can use this framework to try and assess their own context and to see what kind of enablements and what kind of constraints are there for them to do their own work. But what is important in the use of this framework is that you should realize that the three must be there, and it is the interplay between that structures, between the culture that is prevailing and the agency of the people that will probably result in the required, what we require. But at this point in time, the reality is that we are held ransom by old structures, by old traditions. It's part of culture. and in some cases by lack of agency to adopt different ways of knowing and doing things. But then how do we identify these issues? How do we identify the structures? How do we identify culture that is probably constraining or supportive, and the agency of staff? That's some key questions that we can ask ourselves. Did they serve us, the previous structures or the previous culture that we had before COVID and also during COVID? Did those serve us right? Did they prepare us for the pandemic? Are they helping serve us today as we try to live post-pandemic? What can we improve? What can we condone? How can each principal, each teacher, each learner use their agency to change any context that is debilitating to our intended goals? At any given time, when one designs the capacity or staff development program, one needs to be mindful of the systemic, of the structural, of the cultural context, as well as the agential capabilities of the various stakeholders in our schools or colleges, even externally, because knowledge, this kind of knowledge will help you to explain the status quo, or maybe why things are changing or not changing. And again, this will erase anything that we take for granted as a good reason for why things are not happening. And it will also assist us in saying why other schools and private colleges manage to transition and keep themselves continuing even in the midst of the crisis, whilst others could not. I think this will give us some answers. In structures and culture, as well as agents, we have particular powers and properties which can enable or which can constrain the change. But what do we really mean by structure or structures? Structure is more materiality of things or material interests that lend themselves to physical, to human, to financial resources. There are many examples which we can think of in our own particular contexts. The policies that we have, the plans that we have, strategies, funding, as well as the positions, the right positions that we have, as well as other social formations. In the case of culture, culture relates to ideas, to beliefs, to theories, assumptions that we can make, as well as the practices. What kind of practices did we hold on to even during the pandemic? What kind of assumptions did we make? And this have this dominating influence on the way people can function within a particular environment and in a particular time. Examples that we have there, the visions that we have. I think, Prof, you mentioned an important thing about the Umalusi vision, which is our goals being encapsulated in our vision. What do the visions that we have say, and are they helpful? Were they able to guide us through, or will they be able to see us through into the future? The missions, the unwritten rules, the unwritten culture, and the practices, many of you were so much used to teaching in person, in the classrooms, but now we had to change. What could we do? Espoused values as well as part of the culture, as well as our performance indicators. Did we expect our teachers to keep on performing the same way because we did not want to compromise quality? What could change, or what could we not change? And then in terms of the agency, this relates to the agents, the people themselves. And I mentioned a few, the teachers, the learners, as well as the principals are agents in this particular case. We have two types of such agents. Those agents who have these particular properties and powers, the skills, the knowledge, and the attitudes to change their contexts because they can activate their power and their properties. But we do have those agents as well, the primary ones, who will not activate their agency even if they have to change the way things happen. So I think this is giving us an idea in terms of why certain people found it easier to transition when others couldn't, even if they had the same types of resources and funding and many other things. These are just the properties of the three pillars. If you want to look further into what these three can offer you. Structures are temporal, they are time related. We can change them. We can modify the structures because if they do not serve us any longer, they can be reproduced, they can be shaped and reshaped depending on what we want to achieve with their structures. And we will look at some of the structures that might have stifled the way we're functioning, and that might keep stifling us if we do not modify them in one way or the other. Culture, on the other hand, can impinge upon people by framing situations in which they exist. We have emergent cultural properties that can empower you or that can restrain people's actions, but they do also have an influence on the structures as well as the agency of the different stakeholders. Agency itself, the corporate agents that I mentioned earlier, are those groups of people with clear intentionality to reshape or retain the status quo in their environment. They have a clear agenda about what they want. They organize themselves to achieve what they want, and they possess the required properties to embrace change and transformation when circumstances require that they do so. Now, quickly, we can look at some of these structures as well as the culture and agency during COVID-19 as well as post-COVID-19. If you look at some of the strategies that people had in place, some of them were allowing them to move, some were stifling. Did you have continuity plans? Did you have teaching and learning plans to allow you to change the way you were doing things, including digital strategies? Not many schools did. Brick and mortar versus virtual spaces, having known how to teach in the classroom for the longest time, and now COVID-19 required that we go on a lockdown and we go and teach on different platforms where we prepared for that. Infrastructure, the fixed versus the movable infrastructure. How many schools, how many private colleges had learning management systems? Maybe many, but some definitely did not and had to close down when COVID struck. Technology-enabled devices. Did students or learners have laptops and teachers have laptops? Maybe in some schools and some colleges, but not in all. Data and Wi-Fi network and many other things also served to enable or to stifle or constrain the way we had to do our teaching. In some schools, there were educational technology experts because having not taught online, teachers needed some support, they needed some training, but in some, there were no such. This is a position, if we look at the structure where we talk about structure and what it means, in some places, there are these key positions that are helpful in enabling teachers. And staff development programs, you may have staff development programs, but this may not be appropriate at this point in time. Some colleges or the schools had orientation programs before the teachers had to transition to online platforms. They were given some induction, but in some cases, the teachers just had to continue. If you look at the culture, the common way of doing things, the common practices, the in-person face-to-face teaching and learning, and the way we assessed face-to-face and our communication, did we change the way we did those, or can we change? You know, think about these as things that you did when COVID struck and things that you can do now, or perhaps some you can keep and continue using as we transition to a new normal. And then your espoused curriculum versus your enacted curriculum, did you keep it as is, or did you have to make some adjustments and redesign for the online platforms? Our traditional teaching practices, you know, doing things the way we know, you know, I've always taught in this manner and I can't teach differently. The vision and mission, as I said, can also be enabling, they can be stifling as well. The agency, what kind of skills did we have to give to our teachers before we got into teaching online? Or what kind of skills can we equip our teachers with now that we are perhaps post-pandemic? But remember, we may be post-COVID-19 pandemic, but this does not tell us that we'll never have any other kind of disaster in the near future. And I think what would help us to be ready is to think ahead and to have those visions that help us, that enable us to think into the future. When the whole discussion on skills for the future, embracing for IR, you know, when that came, many people thought those were just things that were going to go away. And we also talk about digital transformation currently. I think these are things that we have to take seriously as we plan for this uncertain future. What kind of competencies will your teachers need going into the future? The skills, the knowledge, the attitudes. Do you have to upskill them? Do you have to reskill them? I think these are critical questions that might be needed at this point in time. Still on the preparation for, this time is for post-COVID-19. Do you want to review your existing plans and develop responsive strategies for the unknown and bring your teachers on board so that they can understand their roles as critical agents of change? Do we have to also look at the crisis in infrastructure and resourcing at some schools? And I think this has to really be a priority if we want to find ourselves doing things differently. Change in culture can take quite a long time, but there are certain things that we can adopt immediately, like a culture of continuous review, a culture of monitoring, and also a culture of feedback, a culture of continuous evaluation and researching, review of our vision, mission, and also the indicators of quality and performance. We can adopt cultures of planning for the unknown. And I think this is something that is imperative for each one of us. A continuous analysis of the environment to sense whether there are strengths or whether there are weaknesses, opportunities, and threats at institutional as well as individual levels is key. We have to equip the agents with necessary skills, upskill them, as I said earlier. The agents should also not just depend on the principals to be the ones thinking of what they need, but I think they can equip themselves with the necessary properties, and they need to exercise their agency as well. We need to encourage a culture of I can, and a culture that allows our staff to exercise agency for positive disruption in this changing context. And we need to also encourage them to adopt new ways of knowing and new ways of doing, rather than to hold on to things that we know better. I'm just looking at my time. As we reflect, the first thing is to acknowledge the history and the context of inequality. It's a reality. Is to identify the needs and challenges of the learners during the COVID pandemic, and to respond to this through enhancement of existing programs or development of appropriate capacity and development programs that will respond to the changed contexts. I think the needs of our learners changed drastically when we had to transition to virtual spaces. For some, they could not even do so. We need to understand the needs of our teachers holistically, pre-COVID, post-COVID, as well as for the future or in the future. What might be their needs of the teachers in the future? And I think we also need to recognize and understand how teachers were affected, both professionally, personally, emotionally, psychologically, during the crisis itself. A lot of them experienced loss, a lot of them were sick, and I think we need to be mindful as we prepare our programs to support them. And we also need to preempt how another crisis might impact and compromise teaching and learning in future. I think that is something that we really need to think about. It might not be the same kind of disaster, it might be a different one that might impact the way we do things. And the strategies that we develop now may not be applicable. We need to identify strategies not only for today, but for the future. If you look at this diagram here, Venn diagram, it shows you the structure, some of the structures. All I did was to think of some of the things that might, be relevant in your context as structures, and some cultural issues that might be relevant as well as the agency, the different agents, as well as the agency required. And the red ones are really the ones that might be applicable to your schools, as well as to some schools, maybe, and some private colleges. But in the middle there, it's the interplay. As I said, the three must exist. There's no point in having the agents, even if they have properties, and have them without infrastructure, without structures for use. Sometimes, even when the structures are available, and the agents have that agency, they have the knowledge, the skills, and other competencies, the culture of the school may not allow them to activate their agency or exercise their agency. Thank you. Then I said, towards the end, I'll just suggest some of the things, practical things that can be done. Having looked at that framework, I guess each one of you is thinking about how they can apply that framework in their own context. You can apply it as a principal, you can apply it as a teacher. Anybody can do that to try and understand their own context. But I think for me, I thought it was a good thing to have a tool that you can use going forward. Now I'm just giving you examples of things that might be put in place as we support and develop our teachers during this time, which is still not really post-COVID. It is well a better time, as compared to when we had lockdown. We can create reflective spaces, some safe spaces where both teachers and the principals and all other stakeholders can reflect on their personal experiences and challenges that they encountered during the time of COVID. And this may be difficult conversations, but I think they are good conversations which will allow us to understand the struggles as well as the possibilities, in terms of how they could teach and how they manage to recontextualize and learning. And from this kind of reflections, we can learn from each other. And I believe the principals can listen and learn and acknowledge the achievements and the challenges of the teachers, whilst at the same time reconceptualizing and adding some changes to the staff development programs that already exist. And I believe this will assist in rethinking our strategies going forward. We can learn a lot from, in particular, those schools which, or those teachers who had to teach practical subjects, and learn from them how they managed to stay motivated themselves and how they managed to ensure that their learners were engaged. I believe in creative, reflective spaces, we can get a wealth of lessons learned and good practices that we could document and use for future reference. Thank you. Another thing is to create communities of practice in these schools that are performing well or that did very well during the pandemic. Could work with those schools that struggled so that there can be sharing of good practices. You know, areas of interest can be discussed together, and you know, people can look at the kind of stories, methods they used, and tools that were developed, you know, even learning material, and use this with others, just so that it is not just a few that are succeeding, but others too. This is a way of building relationships as well. Open dialogue on how colleagues contextualize teaching and learning during crisis is important, as this could allow for that sharing of information and knowledge. Thank you. The third one, create opportunities for joint staff development programs and share resources with other schools. I know that this might sound ridiculous. In some cases, people might say, but why must I share my resources with others? I think that is if we want the same thing for this country. We need to start working together. We need to build caring communities and enact ethics of care, connection, and collaboration, and acknowledge that our success and the success of our schools and colleges is really dependent on our interconnectedness. And I believe we all have a moral obligation to walk this journey together as we transform the education system in this country, in a community rather than as individuals. Agency in leadership and teaching. I think for some, you know, it was in the leaders that things became so possible. We need to explore, embrace, and incorporate various ways of knowing and doing in leadership, in teaching and learning, whilst at the same time upholding the quality standards as best as possible within constrained resources, because in some cases, the issue of resourcing is not going to go away. We have to employ different strategies. I would argue for a bold type of leadership, but empathetic leadership at the same time. We need to encourage agility, adaptability, resilience, and a sense of agency, and equip our staff with the ability to exercise individual and collective agency. These are the attributes that were used by many workplaces that managed to survive during the pandemic. Conduct regular evaluative exercises and use feedback. Regular evaluative exercises of own practice, including teaching and learning and student learning, and use feedback and evaluative evidence from learners and peers to improve practice and to inform our development programs. Assist teachers to design and build appropriate catch-up plans and scaffolding activities to bridge the gaps that were caused by the time lost due to COVID-19 during the lockdown and during the COVID-19 pandemic. And the eighth one, second last, motivate and motivate and motivate. Theodore Roosevelt says, a person believes that they can, and if you believe you can, and you should know that you are halfway through your journey. Acknowledge the teachers, acknowledge the difficulties and challenges that they experienced, and also acknowledge their needs, because we know that teachers work under very extreme conditions. Encourage teachers to draw motivation from self-realization as well as self-awareness. And encourage them to use their own agency, because the agency is in their own competencies. It is in their skills, in their knowledge, and in their attitude. And they can still achieve their goals regardless of the shortcomings they face in the current context. We should continue to affirm them and to recognize the good efforts, as much as it is the principal's role to motivate them. though, intrinsic motivation is also encouraged because it is very powerful. It will afford the teachers that opportunity to exercise their own agency and to realize their own potential. It is longer lasting. And the last thing that can be done, not that these are all inclusive, is effective communication. Maintaining strong working relationships through communication, as well as sharing information throughout the school and alerting staff and learners of challenges, as well as listening to their plight. And then communication should be clear, should be regular, should be open, should be two-way and always timely. It should be informative and encouraging. And I think we need to embrace new ways, new and diverse ways and tools of communicating rather than to use the traditional ones. And as I said, sometimes we are held ransom by tradition, by those things that we have known for the longest time. So in closing, I would urge principals gathered here that you exercise your agency and you also enable your teachers to achieve the best they can. Encourage them to do the same, exercise their agency regardless of the circumstances, pay careful attention to the changes in the context and imagine needs and demands, and find new ways of doing things and encourage innovation and creativity. And where possible, in cases where resources are limited, find alternative resources. Remember that there are no quick fixes, but incremental gains are possible if you understand the enablers as well as opportunities, and you understand the constraints and the weaknesses in your own school settings. So reflect continuously on the plans and also plan for future threats. Develop programs that are context specific, because we cannot follow a mill-like approach where we dictate one size fits all kind of a staff development program that does not take cognizance of structural, cultural, and agential contexts, as well as the diverse needs of the teachers. In order to capacitate, develop, and support our teachers to thrive in crisis, I should say that we need you, our leaders, our principals, to lead the way, and this is possible. I thank you. You go to the next slide, the references, and I'd like to make an acknowledgement that the images that are used in this presentation are not my own. They have been drawn from the internet. It was just to make the slide more visually representative. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you very much. I think it was a mouthful. A very interesting presentation. We are now moving into the questions and discussions. Can I get an indication from the Umalusi colleagues if there are any questions on the chat?
So there aren't any directed to Professor Manapur at this stage. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Then that means if there are no questions, all we have to do is to appreciate Prof. Prof, thank you very much for setting the tone for the day and advising us on how we can capacitate and develop our teachers during these challenging times. As you said, it's not post-COVID, but it's rather challenging times. Prof acknowledged that closing the gap caused by COVID-19 in the last 2 years is a tall order. And this does not only apply to the institutions, it applies basically to everyone who is in this forum. She emphasized the role played by the teacher, which was basically the purpose of the presentation, and referred to the teachers as corporate agents. From this, we can see that the teachers have an important role to play in a school environment. She further referred to them as experts and having a responsibility to turn the tide around, to ensure continuity of teaching and learning, to guard quality of provision. And basically that is what, if we summarize accreditation is about ensuring quality of provision. So this means that the teachers have an important role in ensuring the quality or guarding the quality of provision. However, we need to be sensitive to their needs. So as heads of institutions, you are cautioned to treat these teachers with the importance that they deserve, and also be mindful of the fact that they also do have needs and we need to take into account their needs. The big question she raised is, how do we capacitate and develop these teachers? And the good thing is that Prof raised the question and also shared with us some key recommendations that we can take back to our institutions and implement. The recommendations are clear and indicated on the presentation: creating reflective spaces, create communities of practice, create opportunities for joint staff development. And she cautioned us that, yeah, it's not easy to share resources, but we are not doing this for the interest of the institutions, but for the interest of citizens of this country. We need to build caring communities. We need to have agency in leadership and teaching, conduct regular evaluative exercise and yield feedback, developing catch-up plans because of the learning loss that we have experienced in the past 2 years. And key to this also is motivating staff and ensuring effective communication. Motivation and communication, they are key in any relationship. What I like about this presentation, colleagues, is that it is a visual presentation. It is detailed. You can then use this presentation to reflect on current practice in your institution, think into the future as she advises, and plan to do things differently. So thank you very much, Prof. This was indeed profound. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Zodwa.
Then the next session now, I'm now going to the next speaker in terms of our program. And the next speaker is our own CEO, Dr. Mafura Gomezi. As I've already introduced CEO, I would like to highlight his management style and passion for quality education and development. I am fortunate to report directly to the CEO. I really am blessed to have a boss or a supervisor like Dr. Gomezi. He is an able leader who provides strategic direction. He listens attentively and always looks at the bigger picture for the benefit of all. Even if there are challenges in the organization, he looks at the bigger picture for the benefits of the organization and also for the benefits of South African learners or children. Dr. Gomezi is concerned about the South African learner and how we can make a positive difference. In all our meetings, the key question is, how do we make a difference to the South African learner? He stresses sound and ethical conduct and leads by example. Dr. Gomezi will be addressing you on the topic, 20 years of assuring quality education in South Africa, which is in line with the theme of the forum. You will observe that in terms of the sequencing of the speeches, we started with Professor Volming, who shared with us the legislative mandate of Umalusi, and then we have our keynote address, which puts the teachers as the center in the education system. And now CEO is going to share with us or explain how we have implemented this mandate over the period of 20 years. Over to you, CEO. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zodwa, for the kind words in your introduction. I'm a bit shy, and I'm happy that I'm only looking at my screen and not looking at the people in the audience. Yeah, thank you very much. I've seen a number of beautiful messages on the chat group, thanking Professor Volming for the important role he has played in our education system. Those messages are appreciated. I wish the Umalusi staff could collate those messages so that we prepare them and present them to Professor Volming, also indicating from whom the messages came, or from which institution for that matter. So colleagues, if you don't mind, you could send even more messages so that there could be a good send-off for the chairperson of council at the end of his term. Let me also thank Professor Munapula Mapesela for a very, very important presentation that she has made. I truly enjoyed her presentation, Professor Munapula Mapesela. Prof. Munapula Mapesela is the deputy chair of Umalusi Council, as already indicated, and we appreciate her input in the work of the organization as well. I wish you could meet physically next time and not virtually, and maybe next year, God willing, we'll be meeting physically. I'm going to be focusing on 20 years of assuring quality education in South Africa. That is going to be what I'm going to be focusing on. The presentation is going to be focusing on the following: from the Joint Matriculation Board to Umalusi, the entry point on Umalusi's work, Umalusi Quality Assurance Cycle, the centrality of the NQF, qualifications, curriculum, and certification highlights, evaluation and accreditation highlights, quality assurance of assessment highlights, and then we'll be looking at the highlights of research. We need to take the history of this organization and perhaps just say, where do we come from? The work that Umalusi does was done previously by two predecessors, namely the Joint Matriculation Board, JMB, which worked from 1918 to up to 1986, and then the South African Certification Council, SACE, which started work in 1986. We started work as an organization in 2002, having taken over from the South African Certification Council. Professor Munapula Mapesela, this is the only picture I could get from the internet. So you have really outshone me when it comes to the pictures that you used in your presentation. Having said that, the entry point to the work of Umalusi is qualifications that we quality assure and ultimately certify, so that there can be no work that we do as an organization. And we certify the following qualifications: the National Senior Certificate, popularly known as Matric, which is offered by the Department of Basic Education, the Independent Examinations Board, and the South African Comprehensive Assessment Institute. The Senior Certificate amended in 2014, that is the qualification offered only by the Department of Basic Education. The National Certificate Vocational, NCV, which is offered by the Department of Higher Education and Training, and the General Education and Training Certificate for Adults, offered by the Department of Higher Education and Training, the IEB, and SACE. Those are the organizations that offer these qualifications. And further, we can summarize the work of Umalusi schematically with a diagram which says the Umalusi quality assurance cycle starts with, first of all, qualifications. Then we've got after having a qualification in place, the curriculum that underpins those qualifications. And then once we've got both the qualifications and the curriculum, we can accredit institutions to offer those qualifications. And then we assess, and beyond assessment, we issue certificates. Having said that, also looking still at our history, you'd remember that at some point, we only had one Department of Education in the country. In 2009, after the elections, the president announced that the Department of Education is going to be split into two, namely the Department of Basic Education and the Department of Higher Education and Training. And thereafter, the president issued a proclamation, a presidential proclamation on the reporting lines. When you look at that presidential proclamation, where the work of Umalusi is concerned, you'll notice the following, that all quality councils report to the Minister of Higher Education and Training on the NQF. That is SAQA, the Council on Higher Education, Quality Council for Trades and Occupations, and Umalusi. We all report to the Minister of Higher Education and Training when it comes to all issues concerning the NQF. Umalusi is the only organization that then reports to the Minister of Basic Education on its strategic plan, on its budget, and on its annual report, while the rest of the other QCs, including SAQA, remain with the Department of Higher Education and Training. Umalusi services the Department of Basic Education on the NSC. We service the Department of Higher Education and Training on the NCV and GETC. What this says to us is that when it comes to reporting lines, Umalusi straddles both departments. And when it comes to the services that we offer, we are also still the only quality council that straddles both departments. Now, if we're to go further, I want to do a schematic representation of what Professor Volney spoke about when he said we've got a 10-level NQF. Our NQF starts at level 1. It goes up to level 10, level 1 to 10. And levels 1 to 4 are occupied by Umalusi. Umalusi as the General and Further Education and Training Qualifications sub-framework, 1 to 4. Levels 5 to 10 are occupied by the Council on Higher Education through the Higher Education Qualifications sub-framework. And then also at levels 1 to 8, we've got Quality Council for Trades and Occupations, which is the Occupational Qualifications sub-framework. So that is the National Qualifications Framework as we have it. We can represent the same NQF differently, you know, with Umalusi at levels 1 to 4. You see there is Umalusi, and then Council on Higher Education's levels 5 to 10, and then Quality Council for Trades and Occupations levels 1 to 8. Now you'll see Umalusi's qualifications are represented there from levels 1 to 4, CHE levels 5 to 10, and QC2 in red levels 1 to 8. Now you'll observe something in green here. I'm not sure whether you're able to see my arrow, where I show ABET level 1, 2, and 3. ABET levels 1, 2, and 3 are sub-NQF. They are below the NQF. And ABET level 4, which is here, is at NQF level 1. Now, but because it is called ABET level 4, some people confuse it with ABET with NQF level 4. They think it is NQF level 4. A person would fail the NSC at level 4 and want to improve the failure, only to go and do ABET level 4. That is retrogression in the truest sense of the word, because you have been at level 4 NQF, now you're going back to NQF level 1. The deception here is brought about by ABET level 4. And then you see on this diagram, all the bodies represented, Umalusi in the NQF, CHE and TCTO. And then, like I said, when it comes to the NQF, it is the Department of Higher Education and Training, and it is SACWA that coordinates all the activities of the NQF bodies. Now, this is how we're organized as an organization. We've got 15 council members. Those will include Professors Volming and Professor Munapuda Mapesela, who are in the audience, and the 3 CEOs of SACWA and the 2 QCs, namely Council on Higher Education and Quality Council for Trades and Occupations. We then have Professor John Volming, who is our chairperson of council, and I'm sitting here as the CEO. And then we've got 3 branches, headed by Executive Manager Mudima Kwani, who is our Program Director, Zodwa. She's the Executive Manager for Quality Assurance and Monitoring. Then we've got another one headed by Mr. Emmanuel Sibanda, Executive Manager for Qualifications and Research. And then we've got the other one headed by the Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Hendrik van der Walt. I'm going to focus on this leg just quickly and indicate to you that accreditation is done here by Ms. Cindy Thomas, a Senior Manager for Evaluation and Accreditation. And then we've got also under Ms. Zodwa, the Quality Assurance of Assessment Schools by Memar Luis Madalani, Quality Assurance of Schools, Post-School Education by Dr. Tliwayo. Maybe just to mention quickly, QCC is under Mrs. Banda's Qualifications, Curriculum, and Certification, and then our research, under Mr. Bikile Porter, with QCC under Dr. Suji. That suffices. I'm not going to talk a lot about this branch because we all have in our organization, finance and supply chain management, human resource, ICT, all those are under the CFO. Having said that, I've got people who report directly to me. Dr. Lakidi Taunyani, Public Relations and Communications. If you see us in the newspapers, in the media, it is because of the work of Dr. Lakidi Taunyani. Strategy and governance, that we have council, that we're able to report on our annual report, on our strategic plan, annual performance plans, is Nestela Msimehi. That is how we're organized. Now, I'm going to start at the entry point of this organization, like I said. Qualifications are the entry point, followed by curriculum. So I'm going to start with that unit and check the achievements of Umalusi in relation to the work of QCC. What are the highlights as we're driving quality assurance in the past 20 years? We developed 8 policies and 7 directives to regulate the management of the general and further education and training qualifications sub-framework. In the past 20 years, the following qualifications were reviewed on the general and further education and training sub-framework. The NCV was reviewed, and the reviewed qualification was submitted to the Minister of Higher Education and Training in 2017. The National Senior Certificate, NSC, was updated in 2021. Life orientation curriculum was appraised. NSC version of 2003 and NCV, a comparative investigation where we're comparing the life orientation that is being done under the National Curriculum Statement and the one that is done under the National Certificate Vocational. We did a CAPS appraisal for the FET gateway subjects, senior phase, intermediate phase, and foundation phase. We did curriculum appraisal of services subjects, tourism, hospitality studies, and consumer studies. We did curriculum appraisal of technology subjects, civil technology, mechanical technology, and electrical technology. Technical sciences and technical mathematics, marine sciences, and we also looked at NATED 191 curriculum, bricklaying and plastering, motor trade theory, and electrical technology, and 1, 2, and 3. For the 2 subjects underpinning the GEC qualification, 13 vocational subjects, 29 occupationally orientated subjects with their fundamentals. We did an appraisal of those. We also looked at robotics curriculum in civil levels 2 to 4, robotics, electronics and programming. We also looked at CAPS grade R to 9, coding and robotics. 4th industrial revolution. We don't want to be the born before technology generation. We are keeping pace, coding and robotics. And we look at the alternative curriculum, pilot study using the Waldorf curriculum, early childhood development, national curriculum framework, back to 4 years. And we also looked at the curriculum of the advanced programs physics, advanced program mathematics, and advanced program English. In 2018, colleagues, we did a research on South African Sign Language. And at the beginning of 2018, on the 2nd of March, we launched and published a report on South African Sign Language, SACE, home language at Wits University. These are the highlights of our QCC unit. They've worked hard over the years. And let's now cross over to evaluation and accreditation highlights. With regards to accreditation and evaluation and accreditation highlights, the following have to be mentioned. The promulgation of the accreditation policy for private FET colleges and private AT centers. That was in May 2010. Promulgation of the accreditation policy for independent schools and private assessment bodies. October 2012 rather. Pilot Umalusi accreditation approach phase 1 and phase 2 2012-2013. And then in June 2013, we launched accreditation. And then February 2014, it was the commencement of accreditation decisions through the Accreditation Committee of Council. These are the achievements over the past 20 years. Key developments in Umalusi accreditation system. And then in 2015, we did a full review of the accreditation system and processes. And August 2015, we had an independent schools conference. April 2016, implementation of the first steps of the review process, lower accreditation costs, charges per step in the process, smaller evaluation teams. Those were the highlights. October 2016, implementation of a window period to improve so that where an independent school is lacking in 1 or 2 areas, instead of saying no accreditation, we say we're giving you a window period to improve. That was in October 2016. Change in the requirement pertaining to professional qualifications and SACE registration for provisional accreditation of independent schools, January 2017. Evaluation and accreditation annual report, where we present an annual report to say what are the achievements from April 2017 that report was prepared. Still on evaluation and accreditation, review of the accreditation policy and criteria for independent schools and private assessment bodies, and promulgation of regulations regarding the policy and criteria, October 2017. Accreditation is a once-off process for independent schools with enhanced differentiated monitoring. Provisional accreditation period for schools changed to 2 years in that period. November 2017, we linked accreditation of independent schools to certification of learner writing, the NSC at these schools. Very important development. We in April 2018, 2019, 2020, and 2021, evaluation and accreditation unit annual reports per sector. They were issued per sector. 2018, we piloted the review of instruments for accreditation of independent schools. That was in 2018. We still go on with the evaluation and accreditation, colleagues. The implementation of extension of scope, it was done in the period 2018-2019. And then the implementation of the green lists for private FET colleges, report 190191, NATED N1 and 3 engineering studies, 2018. Review of the accreditation policy and criteria for private colleges, private FET colleges and private AT centers in line with the CET Act. Registration prior to accreditation, criteria rearranged and conflated into 4 criteria, 2018. Establishment of an accreditation appeals committee that if your school did not succeed in its application for accreditation, you could still appeal to an appeals committee of council, 2018-2019. Implementation of reviewed policy, which means that private colleges must be registered or provisionally registered with the Department of Higher Education and Training in order for the accreditation application to continue, 2019. We proceed with evaluation and accreditation, key developments in our accreditation system. First accreditation forum, the first meeting of this kind. It was in 2019. Implementation of green list for private FET colleges and CV 2019. Implementation of extension of scope 1819. Implementation of online quality promotion meetings. COVID, thanks to COVID, 2020. So from 2020, we started meeting in this fashion, and we are meeting again in this fashion, hoping that next year it will be better as the COVID-19 is giving us some breathing space. Implementation of online verification site visits, also thanks to COVID-19. That is the work that has been done by the evaluation and accreditation unit, key developments in Umalusi accreditation system. A lot of work has been done in the past 20 years. I'm now moving over to another area of our work, quality assurance of assessment, post-school qualifications and school qualifications, the highlights only. I'm giving you the highlights only, colleagues. So first of all, we're looking at the historic milestones. Question papers moderated, accommodated the changes in curriculum, and successfully quality assured the grade 12, standard 10 question papers and marking guidelines from NATED 550. NATED 550 will tell you that this is history, because we no more speak that language now. Senior certificate to National Curriculum Statement, NCS, to Curriculum and Assessment Policy Statement, CAPS. Transition from NATED to NCS to CAPS, and that's where we are now. We've been having a lot of transitions. We also quality assured question papers as they were introduced in the education system, namely technology and technical subjects, South African Sign Languages mentioned earlier on, home languages, marine sciences, and gradually increasing the scope of moderation of non-official languages, Gujarati, Urdu, and all those languages. We have been expanding our scope in terms of moderation of those question papers. The number of moderated question papers, 2002 to 2012. By 2012, 730 question papers were moderated across examinations within the QAA unit. And in 2021, the QAA School Qualifications Unit moderated 293 across the 3 assessment bodies, DBE 163, IEB 83, and SACE 47. For 2021, November examination cycle and 285, IEB 80, SACE 45, DBE 160. For June cycle, moderation of PENS, DBE 24, IEB 8, SACE 8. We published reports from 2002 to 2020. Since 2018, 4 QA reports are published annually. Some colleagues may be aware that we also operate outside South Africa by default, out of what we have inherited as an organization, and also because a lot of neighboring countries have got an interest in our qualification. Umalusi monitored the NATED ICAS component at UTech College and Kazakali Private High School and in Eswatini, Swaziland in November 2018. The management of the internal assessment at UTech in Eswatini and the control and safekeeping of all evidence from all sides of delivery was found to be in compliance with Umalusi requirements. The management of examinations at Kazakali Private High School was also found to be on par with Umalusi's requirements for the conduct, administration, and management of examinations. Going on with historic milestone for QAA PSQ. The unit publishes the following reports annually after Quality Assurance National Examination, NCB, and NATED Quality Assurance Reports, March NCB Supplemental Examinations QA Reports, April NATED Examinations Quality Assurance of Assessment Reports, August NATED Examinations QA Reports. I'm now leaving QA, I'm leaving Quality Assurance of Assessment. I'm moving to a unit with a name that is very interesting, SACE unit, headed by Mr. Leporter. So that if you please, it's Mr. Leporter, but if you please, you can call him SACE Leporter because he's heading a unit called the SACE unit at Umalusi. SACE Leporter, Statistical Information and Research Highlights. Colleagues, when it comes to research conducted on qualifications, we benchmarked our qualifications internationally because we operate in a global village. We want to ensure that the qualifications that we offer are not of inferior quality. So there was a benchmarking exercise of qualifications internationally, and then comparisons of qualifications on the sub-framework, NQF levels 1 to 4. To say, if we say qualifications are different, like NCB and NSC, and they are both at NQF level 4, how are they comparable? Is the comparison favorable? That was the research. With regards to curriculum and assessment, we did in the SACE unit, appraisal of new curriculum, review of existing curriculum, evaluation of standards of examinations, monitoring of assessment standards. And then they also did research on other aspects of Umalusi's mandate, looking at accreditation models, quality assurance models and approaches, etc. In 2012, the SACE unit assisted the organization in publishing 6 articles in the journal called Perlinguam. 2014, 12 journal articles in Perspectives in Education. 2016, 7 in Perspectives in Education. 2017, 7 in Journal of Education. And then 2021 to 2023, we are looking at in celebrating the 20th anniversary of Umalusi, publishing articles, and the numbers are given +-8, but +-10 in the South African Linguistics and Applied Linguistics Society, and then also in Perspectives in Education. Also, colleagues, we hosted the following conferences where a number of papers were presented. 2006, the 4th Sub-Regional Conference on Assessment in Education, themed Assessment and Education Standards at the University of Johannesburg. 2012, Umalusi 2012 conference under the theme Standards in Education and Training, the Challenge at Krugersdorp. 86 papers were presented. 2016, the 42nd conference of the International Association for Educational Assessment, IAEA, themed Assessing the Achievement of Curriculum Standards and Ongoing Debate, held in Cape Town. 120 papers presented. 2018, the 12th SAIA Conference, Southern Africa Association for Education Assessment Conference, under the theme Local Context in Global Context, Encouraging Diversity in Assessment, held in Pretoria. 71 papers presented. Ladies and gentlemen, a lot of work has been covered in the past 20 years by Umalusi. As I conclude, Umalusi is a trusted authority in fostering higher education standards in general and further education and training. And I want to thank you. Thank you very much. Chairperson, thanks colleagues for listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, CEO. Judging by the meeting chat, we don't have any questions on the CEO's presentation. Well, I see some applaud. Thank you very much for applauding the speech of the CEO. As I said earlier, Prof shared with us the role of Umalusi in education, referred to the founding acts of Umalusi. The CEO has gone further to explain how we have implemented this mandate over the period of 20 years. He touched on the history of Umalusi and transition of Umalusi from being a certification council, a TQA, and then now a quality council, and highlighted the achievements or work done by Umalusi over the 20 years. That is review of qualifications, curriculum appraisal, evaluation and accreditation, highlighting key developments of the accreditation system, quality assurance of assessment, also focusing on how the organization has grown in implementing or in quality assuring assessment in our country. Research is also key because as Umalusi, all our processes are informed by research, publications, as well as hosting of conferences. You will observe that over the years, there has been an incremental progression in terms of the work that has been done by Umalusi, and this is in line with Section 16, subsection 4 of the Genufactua Act, which reads as follows. The Council, with the approval of the Minister, may assume its functions progressively, depending on its capacity. So the timelines on the CEO's presentation clearly outline how Umalusi has assumed this function, these functions progressively. So thank you very much, CEO, for providing that clarity and also sharing with the attendees what Umalusi has done over the 20 years. This is not the only, this is not the end of the celebration. We will be having further events in celebrating the 20th anniversary of Umalusi. Thank you, Doc. Then, colleagues, the next item on our agenda is that we're going to have a presentation from Dr. Eva Suji, and the presentation is accreditation and qualifications registered on the General and Further Education and Training Qualifications Framework. And before we do that, let me introduce our next speaker, who is also from Umalusi and the Senior Manager of our Qualifications, Curriculum and Certification Unit. And that is Dr. Eva Suji. Dr. Eva Suji joined Umalusi in 2017. She is currently the Senior Manager for Qualifications, Curriculum and Certification Unit. She was the Deputy Director for Research at the SAQA, or South African Qualifications Authority. Before joining SAQA, she was a lecturer in multiliteracies, classroom instruction, and literacy practices in the Humanities Department at the University of Pretoria. She was the Global Innovation Awards winner for the Africa and Middle East region for Turn It In Student Engagement category in 2016. Dr. Suji holds a higher diploma in education, a BA with distinction, B.Ed, and MBA from Northwest University, and PhD from the University of Pretoria. As I said earlier, Dr. Suji will present on the topic accreditation and qualifications registered on the GFED QSF. I think CEO indicated that for Umalusi, the qualification is the entry point. So the purpose of a presentation is to discuss how qualifications are registered on the SAP framework, the purpose of the qualifications registered on the SAP framework, and how accreditation is linked to the qualifications registered on the SAP framework. Dr. Suji, over to you.
Thank you, and good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Chairperson of Umalusi Council, Professor Bowman, Deputy Chairperson of Umalusi Council, Professor Manapula Mapisela, representatives of assessment bodies, SACE, school governing bodies, principals, the CEO of Umalusi, executive managers, and the staff of Umalusi. Thank you very much for this opportunity. As the program director indicated, this is just information sharing of what we do in the qualifications, curriculum and certification subunits, and how does this then correlate or link up with accreditation. My presentation basically will look at the qualifications on the GFED QSF, the purpose of our qualifications, the evaluation and registration of qualifications, the re-registration of qualifications, our quality assurance processes. The CEO has already touched on that. I will just elaborate. And then in terms of the criteria that we use for the evaluation of a qualification, as well as our qualifications is reflected on the SAQA website. Now, first of all, the introduction is basically a repetition, but I think it's also good that we have a repetition. So by way of that, you will just remember some of the very important things. Now, in terms of the development of qualifications for the GFED QSF, it is a legal imperative, as indicated in Section 27H of the National Qualifications Framework Act 67 of 2008. And allow me just to highlight Section 27(3), that Umalusi must ensure the development of such qualifications or part qualifications is unnecessary for the sector, which may include appropriate measures of the assessment of learning achievement. And of course, we must develop and implement policy and criteria for the development, registration, and publication of qualifications, as well as develop and implement policy and criteria for assessment, recognition of learning, as well as credit accumulation and transfer. And then very important, we recommend qualifications or part qualifications to the SACWA for registration. So SACWA is the legal mandate to register qualification, but the QCs must recommend these qualifications to SACWA. And any changes in the qualification must also come through the QC. Now, in terms of the NQF Act, as Professor Wolmank already indicated, it provides for Umalusi as a quality council responsible for the management of the sub-framework. Further on, as indicated previously, the object also in terms of the Founding Act. If you can move to the previous slide, please, before I move on to the National Qualifications Framework. In terms also of the GenFETQA Act, which is our Founding Act, Umalusi, the object of the Umalusi's Founding Act is to enhance the quality of general and further education and training. And then already mentioned previously, our role is to manage and develop the sub-framework of qualifications. And we have various policies and legislation which mandates it to, number one, we must ensure, as I've mentioned from the NQF Act, we must ensure the development of new qualifications and also the review of existing qualifications. We quality assure qualifications registered on the sub-framework. We evaluate qualifications before we recommend it to SACWA for registration. And then once we've evaluated the qualifications, we recommend also the review of qualifications registered and the development of new qualifications. So in terms of our mandate to develop and manage the sub-framework, when we see there's a need, we can also recommend that the qualification be reviewed and also that a new qualification must then be developed. Also, as I said, we recommend qualifications to SACWA for registration as well as for deregistration, and I will also elaborate on the deregistration of qualifications, and then also we submit data to SACWA for the National Learners Records Database, the NLRD. And then we advise the relevant Minister of Education on matters related to our sub-framework. So when we also approve a qualification, we evaluated the qualification, we approve it. We also then send it as advice to the Minister that Umalusi has evaluated the qualification. We have approved the qualification. And now we are going to recommend this qualification then to SACWA for registration. Thank you. Now it's very important to highlight out of the, you can move to the other slide, please. Right, it's very important to mention or to highlight Section 3 of the NQF Act, because why do we do then accreditation? Why do we do then quality assurance? It's because the Act applies, the NQF Act applies to education programs or learning programs that lead to qualifications or part qualifications offered within the Republic by education institutions and skills development providers and professional designations. So if a school is applying for accreditation and we can only accredit education institution that offer a qualification which is registered on the NQF. So every qualification or part qualification contemplated in subsection 1 must be registered on the NQF in accordance with this Act. So for you to get an accreditation, you must offer a qualification that is registered on the NQF. Right, the next one, it is also out of the general and further, the GenFETQA Act. If you can go to the next one, it is also very important. Can we go to the next slide before we go back to this one? Can I go to the next slide, please? And that is the General and Further Education and Training Quality Assurance Act, which is the GenFETQA Act. Very important, and I also like what Cindy is also saying. She's also comparing the fact that you must have accreditation because anyone has a right. If you look at if you drive a car, everyone can buy a car and drive. However, you have to have a license to drive this car, and that is also you have to have a license you must have accreditation to offer this qualification or to provide this qualification. So in terms of the GenFETQA Act, in terms of the quality assurance of private education institutions, the Council must develop policy and criteria for quality assurance of private education institutions And any education institution that is required to register as an independent school in terms of the South African Schools Act. And then in terms of B and C, it was then replaced with a Continuing Education and Training Act, which is the CET Act. So all institutions are then required to register as independent schools, and they have to adhere to the policy and criteria for quality assurance of private education institutions that Umalusi must then develop. Thank you. Can we go to the previous one? And I'm not going to spend a lot of time on the previous slide because Dr. Rakometsi also indicated, and it is just the different qualifications, the assessment bodies, as well as the institutions that offer that qualifications. And then Dr. Rakometsi already indicated here the National Senior Certificate by the IEB, the assessment bodies, the IEB, Sakai, and the DBE, the GETC, which is the IEB, Sakai, and DHET, then the Senior Certificate is amended by the DBE, the United Engineering and 1, 2, and 3 by the DHET, and then the National Certificate Vocational, the NCV, by the Department of Education and Training. And then you have the institutions on the right-hand side. Thank you. We can then go to the next slide. I've already, yes. If we can go to the purpose of qualifications. Now, if you see the GFET QSF in comparison with the CHE sub-framework, the HEQSF, and then also the QCTO sub-framework, the OQSF, you will see that the GFET QSF has a handful of qualification, but we serve a big sector that is general education and training. So we have a small number of qualifications, and also according to our policy and criteria for the development, registration, and publication of 4 qualifications on the GFET QSF, we also, when you develop or you apply for a new qualification, you must have a justifiable need, and you must indicate that this qualification serves a different purpose than the existing qualifications. So if we can just quickly go through the qualifications currently, where schools will get accreditation for that. Number 1, we get the NSC, which equip the learners with skills, knowledge, and values for self-fulfillment and participation in society. Also, it facilitates transition to workplace and access to further education. We have the NCV, which focus on practical skills, applied competence, and knowledge required for employment in a particular occupation and trade, and also it facilitates transition to the workplace and access to further education. The NATED, again, equip learners with trade skills in specific engineering fields to enable access to further education and employment. It also prepares students to become artisans in the industry and to recognize and formalize trade skills acquired in the workplace. I've just taken out the most important things in the purpose of the qualifications. And then in terms of the GETC, it's intended to look at the people's capabilities to be numerate and literate and to be able to function in contemporary society with a degree of competence, and very important, to provide them that access to vocational learning and the likelihood of employment. Can you go then to the next slide, please? Right, now in terms of the evaluation and registration of qualification, this is just a brief overview of the process with the evaluation of a qualification. So first of all, we will receive a proposal. But when a proposal of a qualification submitted this proposal, there must be a justifiable need for this qualification. As I said, there must be a distinct purpose of this qualification that's different from the existing qualifications. And depending on the nature of this qualification, we will then recruit a qualifications reference group. Now, this qualification reference group will consist of expertise of that specific qualification. So it depends on the nature of the qualification. So we get experts in that field. And then the QRG, they are under the auspices of our Qualifications Standards Committee. Now, Umalusi has different committees of council. Now, the Qualification Standards Committee then guide the QCC unit also in terms of qualifications, curriculum, and certification matters. So after we establish the qualification reference group, they will then evaluate the qualification that was submitted, or they will also work with it. They will develop this qualification. Remember, Umalusi must ensure the development of qualification as is necessary for our sub-framework. Then the Qualifications Standards Committee will then evaluate this qualification. It will be presented to them. If they approve it, it will then go to council for approval. If the QSC rejects it, it will then go again back to the proposer of the qualification. And then when it's at the council, if council approve the qualification, the first approval will be the approval for public comment. Remember, all Umalusi's policies must go through a public comment process. We must show that we have consulted widely on a policy or qualification. Right, then it will go through the public comment process, and then the proposer will then also engage with the public comments, and then the proposer is also responsible to take this qualification for legal vetting and also to take it through the SIAS process. Now, we all know SIAS is the socio-economic impact assessment system that was implemented, I think it was in 2015. So what happens is they look at the risks and the cost involved in the implementation or the drafting of new policies, regulations, and legislation. Right, after that, with the public comment, the QRG will then rework this qualification. If it is submitted for evaluation, they will then again evaluate this qualification after the submission of the public comments. Right, and then after that, they will then recommend it, they will table it at the QSC, and then if the QSC is happy with it, they will then recommend it to council for approval and to recommend it to SACWA. Now, after council approved it, it will again be submitted for the SIAS process, because you get initial assessment and you also get a final assessment. So a qualification or a policy will be submitted first before it goes out for public comment, and then before final gazetting after the engagement with public comments. And then we will then inform the minister as advised that Umalusi has approved this qualification, and we will now recommend this qualification then to SACWA, and SACWA will of course register the qualification, and then it will be published. So that is then the whole process for the evaluation of the qualification. Right, can we then go to the next one? Thank you. Then in terms of the re-registration of qualifications, now Umalusi has initially re-register the qualifications every 3 years. That is according to the SACWA policy and criteria for the registration of qualifications and part qualifications. Now, the last registration period, the re-registration period, was in June 2021 for 3 years. Now, we, Umalusi has also applied to SACWA to change the re-registration period from 3 to 5 years to look at the implementations, the gaps, etc., before re-registration, which was approved. So the SACWA policy and criteria for the registration of qualifications and part qualifications on the NQF, as amended in 2021, has been gazetted, and in that amended policy, they have changed then the re-registration period from 3 to 5 years. So, and we will then also change our policies now that the re-registration period is now changed from 3 to 5 years. Thank you. We can go to the next slide. Now, I'm going to just highlight some of the quality assurance processes. The CEO has mentioned the quality assurance processes. Also that, you know, with a qualification, the whole quality assurance process starts with qualification in our unit, and it also ends with certification in our unit. So the qualification is also underpinned by a curriculum. So the qualification, we look at certain design specifications. I'm going to go into detail with it now. It has certain criteria, and the same with curricula. So when there's, remember when we submit our qualifications, we also submit, can we go to the previous one, please? We also submit subjects within the qualification policy. So once there's a new subject, or once there's changes, then Umalusi must then inform SAQA, these are the new subjects. Umalusi has appraised the subjects, we've approved the subjects, and then we send to SAQA to say, these are the new subjects that must be added to the qualification. So it's very important, every changes of a qualification must come then also through the QC. And then, of course, the CEO explained all the other processes. I also just want to highlight that certification actually closed the quality assurance process. It is actually Umalusi's public commitment to say that this qualification, we attest to the value of the qualification, that it is a function that we cannot delegate, and that we also say that this is a formal recognition that the learner has successfully completed the qualification. So certification is a function that Umalusi does not delegate. Thank you. Can we go then to the other one? Now, this is the criteria for the evaluation of qualifications. Now we get the different, now when the proposer submit the qualification, we look at this, and also when we send the communication to the proposer, these are the things that must be in the qualification policy. So the title, NQF level, the credits, policy framework, qualification overview, the rationale, the purpose. Remember, it must serve a distinct purpose. We look at the exit level outcomes and the post-qualification articulation, and then also what are the entry requirements, and also the entry articulation options. Now, I just want to also stand still with articulation. When we also look at the justifiable need for this qualification, we also look at the articulation, because we don't want learners to get to a dead end with a qualification. We want the learner to articulate to the next level. So when a proposer submits a qualification policy, we must see what are the articulation or possibilities of this qualification for the learner. We also must see what is the target group, what is the duration of the qualification. We look at the qualification structure and design, the rules of combination. Sometimes you can't take two subjects, say for instance, maths and maths literacy. So that's also in. We also look at the curriculum overview, and then also assessment. We must have an idea of the internal and external assessment. We also look at recording and reporting, the minimum accreditation requirements as per the policy for the accreditation, also the critical cross-field outcomes, and also transitional arrangements. And then very important, our qualifications must be international comparable. So what we do is there's also a section on international comparability that the proposer must then also submit with a qualification. And then also we look at RPL, and also we have to have the proposal of the qualification. Thank you. And now, in terms of the registration documents of a qualification on the SAQA website, we ensure that when we evaluate a qualification, our criteria is basically aligned to the SAQA criteria. So we submit a qualification policy with all the criteria, that it is that they've adhered to all that criteria, and that is then aligned to the SAQA policy. And then also, like I said, Umalusi criteria for the evaluation of a qualification is aligned to SAQA criteria for the registration of a qualification. And on the SAQA website, if you go under qualifications and you go to the specific qualification, you will get there the title, the NQF level, the credits, the NQF sub-framework, the SAQA ID number will be there. When does the registration start and the end date of registration, the purpose and rationale, all the criteria will also be on the SAQA website, right? And then I've just extracted some screenshots from the SAQA website. If you can go on to the next one. Thank you. That is actually the qualifications. I think it's the National Certificate Vocational Level 4. So that is all the qualifications on the GFED QSF. You will see also indicate the GFED QSF sub-framework. Thank you. And then the next one is an example of the qualification policy that will be reflected on the SAQA website. As I said, they will put on the title, the credits, the sub-framework, the registration end date, the SAQA ID number. They will have the rationale, purpose, exit level outcomes, associated assessment criteria, etc., and the subjects. Thank you. I think that is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for the opportunity. And I hope you just got a peek into what we are doing in the qualifications curriculum and certification unit. Thank you for the opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Suji. I've also observed on the meeting chat that we don't have any questions directly linked to your presentations. So I would like to thank you for explaining the role of Umalusi in the development and management of qualifications on our sub-framework, as well as the process followed for registration of qualifications on our sub-framework. Accreditation, there's a direct link between the qualifications on our sub-framework and accreditation, because accreditation is the quality assurance of provisioning of these qualifications that are on our sub-framework. In simple terms, accreditation intends to ensure that the offering of the qualifications on our sub-framework meets specific standards as indicated in the accreditation policies and regulations, as well as national policies. As Cindy explained on the meeting chat, Umalusi only accredits qualifications registered on our sub-framework, that is the GFED QSF, and these qualifications are indicated on the CEO's presentation as well as Dr. Suji's presentation. So you will have access to both presentations so that you have a clear understanding of the qualifications that you can apply for in terms of accreditation under Umalusi. So as we said earlier, in terms of our quality assurance framework, we always say that the presentation that you just have about qualifications is important because qualification is the entry point of Umalusi. All the other quality assurance processes, they follow after a qualification is registered on the GFED QSF. We cannot moderate question papers of a qualification that is not registered on our framework. Hence, I'm saying that all processes follow registration of qualifications, and also that is the reason why we have a direct link between accreditation and qualifications registered on our sub-framework. We are running a bit behind schedule. We are now going to have a short 15-minute comfort break. The time now is 11:32. Maybe we can say that we'll come back at 11:45 to be exact. 11:45, if you can come back into the meeting room. You do not have to log off during the break. You can leave your computer on and just join the meeting after the meeting break. So we'll come back to the second session of our program at 11:45. Thank you very much. Good morning, colleagues. The time now is 11:45, and we are about to start with our next session. Welcome back to the second session. I trust you are refreshed and are looking forward to the next presentations. The next two presentations are from our sister organization, the South African Council for Educators, commonly known as SACE. Our next presenter will be introduced by Ms. Yvonne Lichaba. So, colleagues, we are pleased to welcome the colleagues from SACE. Unfortunately, Mr. Bernard Boucher, who's indicated on the program, had to tender his apology for the meeting. In his absence, Ms. Ngele Yvonne Lichaba will introduce the next two presenters. So what I will do is to introduce Ms. Lichaba. Ms. Lichaba currently holds the position of Head Registration and Teacher Professionalization at SACE since 7 January 2019 to date. She oversees the management of cooperation functions in terms of registration and teacher professionalization, including overseeing the implementation of council policies, managing the research, managing the process of developing the professional standards, and managing the process of implementation of these professional standards. Ms. Lichaba has a university diploma in education, a Bachelor of Science in Psychology, Bachelor of Arts Honors, as well as a Master's of Business Administration degree. Ms. Lichaba worked for VVOB. Tried to look for the acronym, what it stands for, and it's a Flemish Association for Development Cooperation and Technical Assistance. And she worked for the South African program, and she was both a program advisor and general focal person. She has been engaged as a member of the Board of Trustees for Financial Services Consumer Financial Education Foundation, the Provincial Consumer Educator and Manager for the First National Bank, a Regional Training and Support Coordinator designed for Media in Education Trust, an educator as well as an ICT facilitator for Schools.net South Africa. The next presentation, as indicated in the program, will address something that has been widely reported on in media in recent months. That is, the question that the presentation is going to respond to is, what does the principal or head of an institution do when faced with staff who have breached the SACE Professional Code of Ethics? Ms. Lichaba, you are welcome to introduce Mr. George Umalusi, the Manager, Legal and Ethics of SACE. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. Thank you for this opportunity. I don't know, do I show my face or can I just proceed? Indeed, my name is...
Can you please briefly show your face? Thank you. And
thank you. My name is Yvonne Lichaba, as I've been introduced, but my duty now here is to introduce my colleagues. But first, before that, I need to bring forth the gratitude from our CEO, Ms. Ella Mokhalane, who's very grateful for this opportunity for being part of this session with Umalusi. CEO did mention that I should send her gratitude to the CEO of Umalusi and to everyone who's attending this session. And then after that, I would then go and straight into the task at hand to say, I'm going to introduce Mr. Morasi, our legal and ethics manager, but before also make colleagues aware and my principals aware that Ms. Mokoloboto, who was supposed to present, also had to leave the office a few minutes ago because of ill health. But nonetheless, now it's time for me to introduce Mr. Morasi. Mr. Morasi is the manager for Division of Legal and Ethics for Council. This division is taking care of a fitness to teach of our educators throughout the country. This division is making sure that a code of professional ethics is developed, implemented, protected, and adhered to. This division is the division that has worked tirelessly to make sure that the entire sector is having the soft copy of the Code of Professional Ethics, which is available on the SACE website, and also which can be shared electronically as and when the request arise. Mr. Morasi is the manager who is also making sure that whenever challenges are brought to council where there are misconducts, making sure that the due processes of council are followed to the core. On that note, I can introduce Mr. Morasi with the work that he's doing, because he's also making sure that the rights and responsibilities of teachers are adhered to, and also making sure that council is represented in all areas where professional matters are to be taken care of. On that note, colleagues, I would like to hand over to Mr. Morasi to take us through this process. Mr. Morasi, over to you.
Mr. Morasi.
I humbly request he be unmuted, please.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Okay, he is also getting ready on our side because it was not showing if he was unmuted or not.
Okay.
He will, yes.
What we've done is that Mr. Morasi is indicated as a presenter, so what he needs to do is just to unmute himself and then go ahead with the presentation.
Okay, let me tell him.
Are you winning, Ms. Lichama?
Okay, Mr. Morasi's laptop is giving him trouble. He's coming to present through mine. Can we please give him just 2 minutes for him to walk from his office to my office?
Okay,
he's coming through. The unmute button on his side, like I said, I thought it's yourself on that side. It's giving him challenges. So let's allow him to walk and come and use my tool for presenting.
Okay, that's good. You just inform us when he is there.
Yeah, no, he's just coming through to my office to come and use my tool. I will inform you as soon as he's available.
Thank you. Apologies for the delays, colleagues. We will be on track soon, as soon as Mr. Murasi joins the meeting through Ms. Lichama.
Mr. Murasu is in. He will. There we are. Okay.
Welcome. Welcome, Mr. Murasu. You may proceed.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you so much, and my apologies. I was battling with my laptop. At least I have an opportunity, and I'm kindly going to request that you move the slides for me when I begin to present. And please allow me to pass my greetings to the CEO of Umalusi, the board of Umalusi, and all esteemed guests present. It is always a pleasure and a privilege today to be presenting before you. My name is George Morasi. I am manager responsible for legal services and ethics or discipline at the South African Council for Educators. So if you can allow me to go into my slides. As we all know, the South African Council for Educators Act was created in terms of Act 31 of 2000, and amongst the mandates that were given to the council is the one that I'm responsible for, being to see to it that the image of the profession remains intact, and that's the third mandate of the council. I will be going off screen now and getting into my presentation. I'll also highlight the challenges that we encounter as and when we implement the code, and in particular during our investigation stages of our cases. Can we move to the next slide, please? As I've said, the mandate that I'm responsible for is, we all know, SACE is the custodian and the voice of the teaching profession. And move to the next slide. If you can move to the next slide. And there are the mandates of the council, which I will not repeat. Each one of us will be presenting today, and I'm presenting on mandate number 3, being the ethical standards as per Section 2 of the SACE Act. You can move to the next slide. Let's move to the next slide. After go. SACE comprises or is made up of 30 members, or it's a 30-member council, and out of the 30 members, their seats in parliament or in council or on the board are set out as follows. It comprises of 18 members who are from the organized teaching profession. These are all 5 unions recognized at the level of the Education Labor Relations Council. So that's 18 members from teacher unions. 1 member is from independent schools. 5 members represent the Minister of Basic Education. 2 members are from the national governing bodies, such as your FEDSAS and NASGB, or the National Association of School Governing Bodies. 1 member is from the TVET colleges, as you may be aware that we also regulate TVET colleges in as far as ethical conduct is concerned. And registration of TVET lecturers is therefore a requirement. And then we have one member from the Council for Higher Education, and it also has a chairperson, and the CEO is also a member of the council. You may move to the next slide. Can move to the next slide. You can move to the next slide, please.
It's moved on my side.
Okay. Okay. Mine stands at where it says how our councillors are nominated. I think we can skip that one.
Yeah, Klaus, it's all. I also have the same on my side. Okay, now we have source of funding. Is that where you want to be, Mr. Morosi?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. The sources of funding in this regard SACE is funded solely by teachers in the form of membership fees of 15 rands per month, and also registration fees, 200 rand by South African citizen, and 400 rand for foreign nationals. This is only when they apply. Can move on. And then SACE has offices in the following provinces: in Centurion. This is the head office. We have an office in Bloemfontein. We have an office in Durban. We have an office in Polokwane, Limpopo, and one in Eastern Cape in East London. And there's an upcoming one in the Western Cape, which will soon be operational. You can move to the next slide. As I've mentioned earlier, in terms of the SACE Act, the Council has the mandate to ensure and enforce compliance with the Code of Professional Ethics to enhance the image of the teaching profession. So that is the mandate that I am responsible for. And this Code of Conduct that I'm referring to aims to regulate the 7 types of relationships. And if any of those relationships or any of these relationships is tampered with, SACE has the duty and responsibility to investigate those. The relationships regulated are the following: relationship between an educator and a learner, the relationship between an educator and parents, the relationship between the educator and the community, the relationship between the educator and the council, relationship between the educator and the profession, the relationship between the educator and the employer, and the relationship between an educator and his or her colleagues. And the code is clear that it sets out what the expectations are of an educator. And I will not delve into everything else, but I want to stress on clause 2.5 of the Code of Conduct, which says that an educator shall act in a proper and becoming way such that their behavior does not bring the teaching profession into disrepute. The minute this is not taken care of, the minute the educator acts improperly, that is when we jump in and begin our investigation process. And these investigations are always at the behest or instruction of counsel. Can we move to the next slide? Our complaints are received in the following format. Most of our complaints are anonymous. And where this is to protect the identity of those reporting complaints. Some of them are written, With regard to anonymous complaints, the challenge we always receive is some of the anonymous complaints, it becomes difficult to revert back to the anonymous complainant to request for additional information. They would give you a complaint, but it wouldn't have substance in it. One will just say, in school A, teachers are sleeping with learners. It is extremely inconclusive. You will never know where to start. Even if you were to write back to the school to get particulars, the answer you get from the school is that we do not know what you are talking about. So we always encourage on our website anonymous reporters to say, give us at least the substance, which school, which educator, which learner or learners, if known to you, just additional information. Because if we do not act on anonymous complaints, we are in breach of our mandate. We follow up on every complaint. We respect every other complainant. Some of them are written, are clear. They may be anonymous, but written. Some are written and they are clear. We know who's the complainant. It's easy to interact with them. It's easy to go back to them to get additional information. On telephonic complaints, those are easy because as and when they complain, you are able to get the information that will assist to follow up on that particular complaint. Some are electronic or from the print media. These are your newspapers. And some are from the reports from provincial departments. This is a statutory requirement. In terms of Section 26, each provincial department has to report to the council every complaint, every disciplinary matter that the provincial department shall have dealt with, wherein the sanction is beyond a caution or a reprimand. If it is a caution or a reprimand, the provincial department does not have to report such complaint to the council. We're still battling a bit with reporting by some of the provincial departments, but we are working on that with the provinces and the National Department of Education. Some reports are from SACE ambassadors, the ones that we train and are assisting us out there. We get most of our complaints also from Umalusi, as and when they go out on their oversight role, they report complaints and their findings to SACE. For example, we find many institutions that still have unregistered educators, and in this instance, most of them will be independent schools. They report those to us and we follow up on them. Some complaints from the Human Rights Commission, the Commission for Gender Equality, and some reports are from the Education Labor Relations Council. Those are in compliance with Section 26 because there is a Resolution 3 of 2018 wherein the ELRC deals with all sexual cases. The employers no longer handle those cases. If they are of a sexual nature, the ELRC has to deal with those on an arbitration level, and because the employer's role has been shifted, then the Section 26 therefore applies to the ELRC only in respect of that, and they report their findings to SACE. The complaints that SACE must deal with are of a professional or ethical nature. We ought to therefore distinguish between ethical cases and professional, professional, ethical, and labor-related cases. We receive a lot of complaints from teachers, especially, they will relate to dismissals. I have been dismissed. That is not a matter for SACE. I've not been shortlisted. I've not been invited for interviews. I've not been promoted. I've been demoted. My workload is too much. Those are labor-related matters that ought to be dealt with at the level of the ELRC. They are not for SACE. SACE deals with professional or ethical matters, as you will see here under. Next slide. These are cases which we refer to as cases of a professional nature, which we always discuss with teachers to say, should we be talking about late coming in this day and age? should we be talking about unauthorized absenteeism in this day and age? Should we still be abusing our learners and teachers verbally in this day and age? Should we still be submitting fraudulent medical certificate, academic certificates, and so forth? But that is what pertains to date in our profession. We're sitting with many of those. The serious undermining of colleagues, non-submission of work. That's highly unprofessional, but it still pertains, it's still happening. Issues relating to theft, financial misconduct, emotional abuse of learners and colleagues, intimidation, other forms of unprofessional conduct, abscondment by teachers. Mind you, with abscondment, when you read the Employment of Educators Act, it says if an educator is absent from work for a period of 14 consecutive days. So what teachers do, they've read the act well, and they are usually absent for 13 days, and they intervene or interrupt the 14 days, they return for a day and disappear again. That happens. Therefore, as SACE, we do not read it as Section 14 of the Employment of Educators Act has set it out. We look at the conduct of an educator. Is this professional? That's what we look at. We do not count the days, but we look at the pattern created by a teacher. We have cases of fraud or misrepresentation of facts, and which is even more worrying, but the issues relating to examination fraud becomes even more worrying as it happens. One day I will give you the gruesome details in this regard, but it is still happening in schools. May we proceed to the next slide? The employment of unregistered educators is still a problem in some quarters, or for the facilitation for the of the employment of unregistered educators is still happening. There are schools that we were investigating, 2 schools that we were investigating this past Friday, which I will not mention, this is not a platform, and many more that we are still investigating, which do not have registered educators. Actually, not all of them. Some are unregistered, and you will be told that no, we have applied to SACE for evaluation of these kinds of certificates, or Umalusi has visited us and has okayed us, which we know is not true. Hence our investigation. So these are worrying trends that we still come across. And also worrying is the following. We have found that most educators who get dismissed from public schools go to the extent of going to hide in independent schools. They do not disclose that they have been dismissed, or they have resigned, running away from misconduct, or that they have been deregistered by the council. They do not disclose to their employers. In some instances, their employers take advantage of the fact that they are not registered and proceed to exploit them to the extent of paying some of them, as we know, some of the schools which we do have, paying them 3,000 to 4,000 rand a month in return for their silence and in return for further abuse on learners. These things are what we find during our investigations, and they are worrying. The facilitation for the employment of unregistered educators, this gets perpetrated by usually school principals in this regard. It becomes a worrying trend. Therefore, we will, of course, be in discussion with regard to our findings regarding the schools that I'm talking about, which are currently under investigation. When you write to the schools, they tell you, now this principal has just resigned. But when you go there, the principal is there and has been given another title. He's no longer a principal. Everything else he was signing as principal, but he's now given another title. He's an executive or whatever. So those are some of the challenges. I've already talked about examination fraud, which is worrying us. Supplying of alcohol and drugs to learners, consuming of drugs and alcohol with learners, improper relations with learners, things that happen over weekends because the employer only regulates the relationship between Monday and Friday from 7 o'clock to 14:30, while we regulate the conduct of an employer 24/7, 365. Bullying of learners by teachers. This is a trend that has always been there. It seems to now be coming to light. I was supposed to be in Durban today to investigate such a matter, but this took precedence. Bullying of colleagues by colleagues is still a very thorny issue. It is rife. It is still happening. Issues of corporal punishment. Actually, as in today, we are in court. We have been taken to court by Section 27 because we are being accused of being too gentle when it comes to corporal punishment or sanctions meted out for educators or on educators who administer corporal punishment. So we are in the High Court today as I'm speaking. The challenge is that, I mean, the request to the court is that they should declare that the sanctions set out in Section 5 of the SACE Act are too lenient and should be revised. As we all know, corporal punishment was already abolished in terms of the Abolition of Corporal Punishment Act of 1997, but it is still rife. It is the highest on our list annually, followed by sexual abuse. You can move to the next slide. Issues of flirting with learners. The reason why you see this in red is that as a sanction, there is nothing else except for the removal of an educator's name from the register, and it starts with flirting with learners. Teachers sending text to learners, flirting with them, sexting with learners, or sending of unsolicited pornographic materials to learners and colleagues, improper relationships with learners, as I've already indicated, proposing love to learners. This is still rife, it's not funny. Fostering of love relationships with learners, grooming of learners for sexual purposes, rape of learners, colleagues and parents. This still continues to rear its ugly head. Sexual assault of learners, sexual relationships with learners, statutory rape, relationships or sexual intercourse with learners below the age of 16, sexual coercion or sex for marks. This is worrying because learners end up not going to or wanting to go back to school because teachers are making demands of them in exchange for marks, and sexual harassment of learners and colleagues. What's worrying is that instead of protecting the learner or a child, we would rather protect our colleagues. That is what happens. These learners end up being displaced, having to be placed in boarding schools for their protection, while the educator in question continues as normal in their school. The learner has to leave. It cannot be right, but those are the challenges that we meet with. One of the other challenges is that the educators or colleagues of an educator accused of this sexual impropriety end up victimizing learners or the learners who have complained about their abuse. Fellow learners themselves end up victimizing the complainant. Those are the challenges we meet up with. Parents accepting bribes when their children have been sexually violated. It is a problem. Colleagues standing up to go to parents to offer them money because that family is hungry. That is some of the challenges that we meet up with. And because there is money involved, it is not much. It's between 200 and 500 rand. But because they are hungry, those are what we come across. Families accept them and refuse to cooperate further with the SACE processes because there is money involved. So we as parents continue to sell our children, and teachers are perpetuating that. It cannot be right, but those are some of the challenges that we come across. Next slide. Okay, I've already spoken to this slide to say that we deal with professional or ethical matters instead of labor-related matters. Upon receipt of a complaint, we send out an Audi letter to the person, the alleged accused. And what happens, whilst we may send a letter to the accused, in all instances of sexual abuse, council took the decision that no letter should be sent out because each time we send out a letter, someone will go before us. So we walk in, we collect information, we walk out. We do not send out a letter calling upon the alleged perpetrator to respond. However, in all other instances, a letter will be sent to the alleged perpetrator and calling for a response, and the responses are then forwarded to the ethics or the disciplinary committee for a discussion, after which the committee will guide what should happen. The committee may instruct that an investigation, a formal investigation should take place, or an advisory letter may be sent out or should be sent out, or that disciplinary processes should be carried out, and disciplinary processes will be carried out after an investigation. Once a physical investigation has been conducted, and the recommendation is that disciplinary processes should unfold, that becomes an instruction of council. And in some instances, we refer to the DBE, as I said, wherein we feel this is a matter that could have been dealt with at a school level. Teachers will complain that a fellow colleague has bumped me, me on my shoulder. We believe those are issues that can be dealt with in-house. So we will refer that back to the DBE or to the school, or some to the ELRC. As I said, others will say that I've been dismissed. That's for the ELRC. I've been raped and colleagues, and that the complainants refuse to cooperate, then we refer those to the SAPS for further handling. And we may proceed to advise a school or parties on how to deal with certain matters that came to our attention. Next slide. I will not delve into this, as I've already said. There are instances where we may proceed to disciplinary processes. We call witnesses. It's your normal disciplinary process with the balance of probabilities as the test. And if found guilty, there will be a verdict which will be pronounced. And where the name of an educator gets removed from the register, in terms of section 15 subsection 2, the employer must be notified and the employer must proceed to terminate the services of such an employee where the employee's name has been removed from the register. And in some instances, the names get submitted to the Department of Social Development to be included onto the register of persons declared unfit to work with children in terms of section 120 of the Children's Act. We submit our names to the Department of Social Development. And these are the sanctions that may be meted out in terms of section 5, which is being challenged today in the High Court. It says, in the event of a guilty finding, you may impose a fine which should not exceed 1 month's salary, we can only go with that. We may remove the educator's name from a register for a certain period or indefinitely, or subject to certain conditions and so forth. We may suspend a sanction imposed upon an educator. We may give the educator a fine and so forth. These are the sanctions as set out in Section 5 after a guilty finding. We may caution or reprimand an educator and so forth. Next slide. And as you may be aware, SACE does conduct a research. We have conducted a research on the factors and environments that facilitate or enhances the sexual related misdemeanor, and the following findings were made. This is available on the SACE website. You may move to the next slide. And after these researches, we came out with certain booklets. There is a booklet out called Teachers' Safety and Security in South Africa. I will be presenting on this in a webinar at 3 o'clock this afternoon. And the book is freely available for download for anyone wishing to have a copy. It is available on the SACE website. Next slide. That is in brief our presentation on the mandate, the ethical mandate of the SACE, wherein we carry out investigations and disciplinary hearings. As I said, others we will take offline with the colleagues, both Cindy and Mary, with regard to our findings on the schools that I've been talking about, which we've been investigating on this past Friday, and many others that we have investigated, wherein we have found that they have employed educators who are not registered, and all they're saying is that Umalusi did not find anything wrong with what's happening because we're still waiting for accreditations, for verifications with SACE and so forth. But I will take that offline with the colleagues. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you, Mr. Morasi, for the informative presentation. We can now move to the questions and answer session. Cindy, can you indicate if there are questions that are directed to Mr. Morasi?
Thank you, Zodwa. I see one. The others are all related to registration, but the one I can is, can you please comment on teachers that resign with immediate effect instead of working out a term's notice or at least 1 month? Thank you.
Mr.
Thank you
Morasi,
so much.
can you please respond?
Thank you so much, Cindy. Cindy, this happens in both independent schools and public schools. There is a statutory requirement that educators should at least serve a 90 days notice. However, we found the following gap, and which is created by employers. Instead of sticking to the 3 months, they are too quick to accept the resignation. And in independent schools, because they are regulated by employment contracts. Some of the contracts, I know there's a school wherein I said, can we look at the contract? Let's help you beef it up. It just says you will give maybe 30 days, 60 days, whatsoever, but it does not say what is the penalty for non-compliance, because if there's no penalty for non-compliance, you cannot complain tomorrow. You left the door open. But if I sign it and I know this is the penalty, I will not get paid. I may just serve my period and so forth. But some do just move out. We need to beef up our contracts with the employer. They've got the power to deduct for the period that one shall not have served. So each contract ought to have a penalty clause attached to it, but most of them are left open. There is no penalty clause attached to the contract. When they leave, there's not much you can do. Anyway, termination of a contract, even if you say to a person, serve 3 months, they may stay in your school for a period of 3 months and do a disservice to you. It's something worth discussing, something worth looking into to say, what do we do to remedy this situation? You can force a person into the school, they will stay, but they may bring you down. There's a lot to look into. It is not straight and narrow, but the penalty clause has to be included in the contract or in the act as to what happens. Can we deduct from your pension? Can we? But that penalty clause has to be there, because you cannot stop a person from moving to the next. They will. Termination of a contract is allowed in the form of a resignation, but we ought to give one another enough time to enable the school to make the necessary preparations. But for those who leave, yes, it becomes improper on their part, but we go to the contract first, to the what does the contract say? So that's the interest. I may not have given a good response or a satisfactory response, but I'll say, let's go back and look at our contracts to say, are they addressing issues of termination? Are there penalty clauses attached thereto? Do we implement those? If not, let's beef up our contracts.
Okay. Thank you. I think this is the only question that we had, Cindy. Is that in order? Okay, Vani.
I see Mary. Yeah.
Is that Vani or Mary?
It's Mary.
Okay.
It's Mary. There's another question, Ozota, that is directed to this presentation, and it says, if a teacher is reported to SACE, how long will an investigation last, and when will feedback be given? One parent has bypassed school and gone to SACE. Since submitting a response, he has had nothing. Teacher is on tenterhooks.
Thank you. Thank you, Mary. Again, over to you, Mr. Mrasi.
Thank you so much. Our desired turnaround time is, we usually say 6 months, but we are not winning with that because of the number of the resources that we have, the total number of hands that we have. We get about 650 complaints in a year, and we have about 12 people for the whole country. So that therefore slows us down. It is a fact. As I said, the desired turnaround is 6 months. We are not winning with the turnaround time owing to our resources. However, colleagues should feel free, even parents can just follow up, and then we can just update them as to where we are. I know right now, all the cases have been, we've just trained a new set of panelists to help us investigate. We've given them all the cases that we had until the end of February. It is today, the 14th of March. We have received another 85 complaints. That's between the end of February 28 and now we already have 85 complaints and counting. So we get so many complaints, but the number of hands don't take us to where we want to be. But please feel free to check with us. We will update you. I see there's another hand by Kolani.
Kolani,
yeah. I don't
can
think so.
Can you
Kolani
please
will be
cite
able
your
to-
Kolani?
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think Kolani will be able to give that question, but there have been 2 more questions in the chat since the last one.
Okay.
It says, does a WhatsApp message serve as a resignation notice? When the contract is clear, is the second one, and it still addresses termination of employment. In some instances, staff wait to receive their salary and then they resign with immediate effect. Could these people not be reported to SACE so that other schools could be prepared and warned?
Thank you, Cynthia.
I think I had Cindy, if I missed anything, just clarify, but in such instances, there's nothing wrong reporting to SACE and notifying other schools. Because as I always say, schools are springboards, but we should not abuse the processes. Therefore, please feel free to bring that to our attention, but also let it be accompanied by the contract, because we always advise to say, let's look at your contract. This is what it says. This is what can be done. We cannot prevent them from moving to the next school, but we can alert the educators that this is unprofessional, actually, because just leaving children in the lurch, that's unacceptable. And leaving the school in a lurch, that's unacceptable. Having to leave the school to fend for itself and try to find educators. I've noticed something in the chat box, somebody saying they're battling to make contacts with SACE. If you may just place my contact details on the screen once more for the colleagues to jot down, and we will see how best to assist them. Most schools do contact us. We assist where we can so that you do not suffer in silence or stay frustrated. Let's see how best to assist you.
Thank you, Mr. Morasi. I think you have observed that on the chat also there are a number of comments that are appreciating your presentation. Cindy has also made a comment that we are unable to mute the attendees or participants. The best thing is for you to write your question on the chat. I hope that you will still be around, Mr. Morasi, so that if there are specific questions in terms of your presentation, you will be able to respond to. Or I
will be around until 2:30 because I'll be presenting from 3 o'clock. However, colleagues should feel free to send me an email if they have an inquiry. There are my contact details. I'm available to assist.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, and two, can you assist? Okay, thank you, Mr. Morasi. Can you assist us with the questions that are already on the chat? And then we also have the contact details of Mr. Morasi. Please feel free to contact him. Then I think, colleagues, we're not doing well in terms of time. Let me just wrap off this session by thanking Mr. Morasi for advising us as well as the management and heads of institutions regarding the actions to be taken in dealing with breaches of the SACE Professional Code of Ethics.